Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron. And we're here to stream some EVE Online. I apologize for the late start. Helping the wife hang up some laundry and spilling my coffee, which I have on my shirt. My nice white Canadian shirt in honor of my buddy Jerry Can. So Jerry Can, thanks for being here. I see Scimitar, Drachenhort. Looks like we got everybody here. Not everybody, but we've got a good start. So, posting in the channel under the wrong name. So, yes, if you're in the in-game channel and you're looking for an invite, let me know. I am in Venelin, so I'm going to jump. Actually, I got to fly somewhere to jump. You going to do your dailies? Yeah, I probably should. Just missing some egg yolk. Yeah, if I had some egg yolk, that would make it perfect. You are absolutely right. Yeah, coffee is it. Wife kept me up till 2 o'clock last night watching the show. Of course, now we're 2 episodes away from the end, and the last episode is doesn't come out till Wednesday American time. So yeah, it's gonna be good. So, all right, thanks, Drachenhort. Drachenhort's gonna do the boost today. Appreciate that. The Scimitar, that'll give you a chance to do some actual mining. Try and switch it up every once in a while so not everybody gets stuck doing the boost. So, but yeah, I don't know where we're gonna go. Let me jump. Let me jump. But yes, I need to do my dailies. Let's see what they are. Mine, complete 3 jumps. Yeah, we should be good. Dailies will be easy. Alright, so Drachenhort is where we want. The problem is, I do not remember where the free one is here. I think it's Halima. And if I was a smart guy, which I'm not, as you guys all know, I would have left somebody there so that I wouldn't have to find it each time. But Jerry Can taught me a trick. If I go to facilities, within 5 jumps, I don't think it actually shows them in here. I'm pretty sure it's in Halima. And it cost me like 500. Oh, wait, there's one. Halima. Mega Industry, that's not it. Alright. There's one. What did it say? That's Rare Ramon. I'm not going there. I'm pretty sure it's Halima. There was another one under utilities. I never feel stuck. Make everybody happy. I appreciate you. I really do. I think it's under utilities. Structure browser. That's what we're looking for. And I've already filtered it down to clones. And there it is. Ice refinery and clone. That's the one. So I want to set destination. Alright. And since I don't have anything there, I am going to take something with me. Something that will signify so it shows up on my list. What do I want? Let's take a metal scrap. Metal scrap always tells me, why would I leave one metal scrap there? I left one metal scrap there. It must be something important. All right. All right, let's go. So, yeah, appreciate you guys. Like I said, let me know who needs an invite. Obviously, Newman needs an invite. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't get any more coffee on my shirt. If I can help it. I am sweating too, so sorry about that. It is, since it's been raining here for the last 4 days, woke up this morning and it was super, super humid. I mean, humid beyond, like stifling humid. And that was overwhelming. So, all right, new one, let me get you. Invite. Scimitar, I'm sure, is going to join us. I haven't seen Al yet, but maybe if I send him an invite, that'll trigger him to wake up. Let's go from there. All right. All right, so let me fly over here.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I woke up late, and then the wife had not made Abigail her breakfast, so I had to make her breakfast, which was... The damn dog is not eating dog food anymore. She refuses to eat dog food. She will only eat human food, which is driving me crazy. And since she's been sick, I haven't really been fighting because we need her to eat. But she has become very spoiled. Now my finger's bleeding. Oh, that's good. Hopefully I don't get blood on my Canada shirt. So yeah, I'm wearing my Canada shirt in honor of Jerry Can. Pretty sure he's Canadian. If he's not, I'm wearing it in honor of him anyway. So.
Warp drive active.
almonxy, I'm doing a raffle with anarckos. Be there directly. No worries, no worries. Tell anarckos I said hi, and he's welcome as well. No worries. Good to see you, Al. Anarckos is another Team Mothership. He's the leader of Team Mothership, so never go wrong with watching anarckos over me. And his raffles are pretty good. Raffles are pretty good. I can't believe this holds 8 drones. This little ship. This little ship holds 8 drones. Actually, it's got 765 storage. It's not a little ship.
Warp drive active.
This might be one of my new favorites. Might be one of my new favorite. This thing is super fast. Atlanta Montgomery went offline. Uh-oh, I don't have anything in training. What the fudge? Yeah, I do. Fleet Command. I was going to say, how do I not have anything in training? All right, I got my 3 jumps, which actually worked out pretty good. Actually worked out pretty damn good.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, Sunesis, yes. Now all I gotta do is get some kind of fancy skin for it. Which Lana, that was kicking. He used to make all our skins, so he would have been the one to ask for the skin, so. That's why it seems weird, because
Docking request
there's
accepted.
coffee on my cup holder. Did 6 rifts today. Wow, Cargonesis, there you go. Cargonesis, yeah, I'm really shocked at how much storage space it has. I always thought of it like a shuttle, but it's not a shuttle. It is a fully fledged. So I'm going to jump from here. Payments 500. 500 ISK. I can deal with 500 ISK. Thanks to Jerry Can for helping find these as well. Jerry Can's just on fire, you know. Jerry Can's just on fire. Did 6 rifts today. Well, that's pretty damn good. That's profitable. Alright. So now I'm in Junsort, and I don't have a ship here. Of course I don't. Why would I have a ship here? I need a Sunesis here. I wonder, can you build Sunesis? Or are they only giveaways? Alright, let's go to Ufine. Oof. Man, that coffee's good. Man, that coffee's good.
Warp drive active.
Man, that coffee's good. Let me know if anybody else needs an invite. It looks like there's only a couple in the channel that are not with us. Bromeliad is one, also known as Blue Gray. He's probably in a wormhole somewhere. Just give always like nausea. Just giveaways. That's what I thought. I have a couple.
Warp drive active.
I think I have 2 or 3. But yeah, those are cuties. Oh man, I'm still sweating. It is nice and cool here in my office though. Yeah, super humid. In fact, I noticed on the outside on my doorknob. Oh, my door's not shut. That's all right. It'll be fine. On my doorknob, the doorknob has actually got condensation on it on the outside. So get into system and I'll load everybody up. There you go. I am 1 jump away. I am 1 jump away.
Warp drive active.
1 jump away. I think we did 8-1 and 8-2 yesterday. So, we want to stay away from those today. Want to stay away from those today, so... Oh, yeah, that's alright. I'm probably just going to buy the last one. There, one of them is mining, so... I never do the faction war one, so... Little piece of cake. Alright, so I am boarded up. Let me make sure I actually removed everything from my ship. I did. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, so Falstaff's done. Reagan will get his from mining and he'll buy one. So yeah, no worries there. So in like Flynn. And actually Falstaff will get another one for mining, so yep. Piece of cake. Easy peasy day. Alright. So let's find a belt. 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 So this is actually a skin that Kickin made. Doesn't really show up very well in this system. But if I do show info, shows up really good on there. So this is actually a silver wolf skin that he made, which is pretty damn cool. So yeah. So I think it's out there that you could buy it. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do. Asteroid belt. Let's see. We never really do these low ones. Let's do 4-1. Just for kicks. I don't think we've ever done 4-1. 4-1's probably got huge tracts of land. Because we've never done it. Either that or somebody else do it. No worries, Al. No worries. Take your time. You're all good. You're all good. We'll be here for 4 hours, so no worries. Alright. No rats. And not very many minerals. Maybe this is why we never do it. There is nothing here. We are not doing this one. There is nothing here. Let's check out 5-1.
Warp drive active.
That's weird. Yeah, it's only got like, I don't know, 20 asteroids. And they're mostly Veldspar. Yeah, we're not doing that one. Maybe that's one somebody else does. Alright, so there are NPCs in 5-1. And it's much better. It's still not that very good, no. Yeah, let's go to 6-1.
Warp drive active.
Let's go to 6-1. Alright, so Anarckos says he's going to raid into us. So 5-1 was better, but still not very good. 6-1 actually has rats. Yeah, 6-1 looks a little better. Let's start with 6-1. Start with 6-1. You guys can warp to me, or in fact, I'm gonna have Kragan warp to me. So, bum, bum, bum. And I'm gonna move New into Wing Commander. Oh, I can't move New into Wing Commander because I'm not the fleet leader. Alright, rats are done. Rats are done. And I'm going to move New into Wing Commander. Alright. Then let's see what we got. I think I saw a couple Rich Plague. But I gotta get closer. And Kragan, we're gonna shoot him in here. I saw a massive Scordite. Just one. But also gotta get closer. And then we've got some rats to salvage. All right. Yeah, I see here my rat shows it's 100% everything, so it doesn't seem like it's damaged, but I don't know what the issue was yesterday. Thanks, Drachenhort, for the boost. I don't know what the issue was yesterday. Alright, there's one. Alright. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Oh, Zarkana, sorry about that. Oh, you got invited. Cool. New one must have got you. Mako. Oh. Why is it not giving me invite to fleet? Oh, okay, you're already in. That's why. Alright, everybody's in. Everybody's in. stop. In the name of love. Oh, I don't have the music on. Well, that's totally uncool. Uga, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. I forgot to give you a shout out yesterday. I apologize. I'm really trying to work on the automatic ones so I don't have to remember. Because I can't remember crap. So yeah, if you're not following Booga, please give him a follow. Oh, that was quick. Those small asteroids. One cycle. That was not good. Alright. So let's get this guy back in. Oh. Alright, what am I looking for? Bring his drone in. Okay, let's stop. Actually, let's approach this guy. Did you ask ChatGPT? I did, and it told me I got to use a different program. So that's going to be some setup. But honestly, I've been thinking I need to switch my stuff anyway, because I have a different overlay set up for every single game, where most of them use the same crap. The only thing that really changes is where the webcam is. So with that said, I think I'm gonna make a new one and just change the webcam. And so maybe I'll do all that at once, but yeah, that's some setup. So I use Stream Elements right now, and Stream Elements will not do the slash codes. What's up, DLH? We're out here mining if you want to join us. Booga, that goes for you too. But yeah, I use Stream Elements because it was the easiest one to set up, and it will not do the slash codes. So that's why I still got to do them manually no matter what. And but they say, I think Mark It Up is one that'll do them automatically. And so yeah, I think I've downloaded it and installed it, but I just have not started configuring it. Nope, you're good, Booga. All good. I just wanted to make sure I gave you the invite. I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached to my neck. Got more chins in a Chinese phone directory, and I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached to my neck. Everybody liked the more chins in a Chinese phone directory. No, I appreciate it, DLH. You're always welcome. Canning spaghetti sauce. Well, that sounds good. That sounds really good. It's funny. So here in the Philippines, everything is really, really sour. But their spaghetti sauce is super sweet. Like, even more sweet than I can handle. Now, I'm not a huge spaghetti sauce guy. We talked about that before. As growing up in a family of 9 kids, we had a lot of spaghetti. A lot of spaghetti. So it's one of the few things I don't eat a whole lot of as an adult. And I can't say I've had chip beef gravy in probably 30 years. So every once in a while I have a craving for it. But the only way I can get the kid to eat zucchini. There you go. Lego, what's up, buddy? And so, but yeah, here in the Philippines, everything is super sour. So I kind of, our spaghetti sauce is usually sour, a little sour. And, but theirs is really sweet. In fact, you can get spaghetti at McDonald's. And it's a really sweet spaghetti. And so, yeah, glass jars with wax seals. That's awesome. That's the best way to do it. Best way to do it. But yeah, so it's kind of funny because they're really sour. My wife doesn't like the spaghetti. Every once in a while she'll have a craving for the spaghetti. But yes, but she's a very sour person. Bump. Good Lord. Mickey D's. Yep, Mickey D's has spaghetti. They serve spaghetti here. Very sweet spaghetti. Very sweet. Sweeter than I can handle, and I've got a huge sweet tooth.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, too sweet for Mo. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny because when I think of spaghetti, I think of American spaghetti sauce.
You forgot to post on Discord.
I did forget to post on Discord, Jerry Can, and I figured at this point, why bother? All the regulars are here, but yes, thank you for reminding me. Haven't bought a spaghetti sauce in a very long time. Yep. Yeah, I was downstairs helping the wife get the laundry out and put it outside. So here, because of the rain yesterday, we bring the laundry in the house. So our kitchen was full of laundry. And so I, of course, made the dog breakfast, made my coffee, got everything taken care of this morning with all the laundry in the kitchen. But impossible for her to accomplish anything with the laundry in the kitchen. So I needed to help her get the laundry out. So, which is quite the production. So that's why I was running a little late. Sorry about that. My kids find canned spaghetti too sweet. She mixes my spaghetti and pizza. There you go. There you go. But yeah. So I did my duty there. I don't think I'm in a doghouse anymore, but I haven't really tested those waters to find out for sure. So we're just gonna assume I am, because that's usually a safe assumption. So that's why I helped out with that this morning. Yeah, you would think, but the problem with her, and I love her dearly, I'm going to preface it with that. Best thing that ever happened to me, hands down. She literally saved my life. But she will hold a grudge forever, to the point where she doesn't even remember why she's mad at me, just that she's mad at me. And that I just cannot find any logic in. Literally no logic. So yeah. So that always frustrates me, because I'm like, sorry. If you want to be mad at me, but you got to at least remember. What did or didn't you do now? Yeah, that's the problem, is I haven't done anything since to the Miss Philippines runner-up. But, which, yeah, was considered the atrocity of the year. Which, I'm sorry. She's Miss Philippines runner-up. I think she deserves at least a, you know? Especially considering I don't think my boy Finn is a really good-looking guy, but he's Icelander, so very pale. Even more pale than me, if you can believe that. And he's a really nice guy, so. But yeah, he's a Miss Philippines runner-up, so. My wife and I are the same. It doesn't happen often, but silent treatments can go on for hours a day. Yeah, see, I'm mad at her for 15 minutes. I mean, there have been, 3 or 4 times in 18 years where I legitimately had a reason to be mad at her. And even on those times, it was like 15 minutes. because it's just like, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, you know? At this point, I'm pretty sure there's nothing she could do that would truly make me want to leave. So, especially since I'm kind of captive here in the Philippines, on her good graces, she can have me deported if I piss her off too bad. So, but which works just fine for me. If you're pissed, I don't want to know about it. Yeah. See, mine. Yeah, as DLH said, she usually lets me know. But yeah, she'll hold a grudge forever, to the point where I tell her, I bet you don't even remember why you're mad at me. And she said, that doesn't matter. I know I'm mad at you. Yeah, sorry. If you can't remember why you're mad at me, then you're holding on to it too long. And if I'm pissed, I don't want to see it. Yeah, see, that's what she, yeah, which I'm perfectly fine with. Her problem is, when she's pissed at me, then I have to spend more time with her, which is uncomfortable.
The asteroid is depleted.
So yeah, it's kind of like, Burker is on. Let's see if he wants an invite. I'm going to try and invite him. I'm an Irish-tempered person. There you go. There you go. Alright, so he's not in the in-game channel. Crap. Oh well. Maybe he'll join us. But yeah, Filipina are notorious for their, they have a term for it. And for the life of me now, I can't remember it. Tampo? Yeah, tampo. It means they're angry with you, or they're, you know, they're cold shoulder. Because you're trying to walk back the pissy mood, or why spend more time with her? Yeah, that's where I'm at, is that if you want to be mad at me, okay, then I'll go play on the computer. Ain't no skin off my back. If that's the case, I'll probably piss you off more, to be perfectly honest. Anything that gets me more computer time where I don't have to beg for it, you know, come on. But I think that's where it is that she really makes it kind of a punishment. So yeah, so when she's mad at me, I got to spend time with her, and then deal with the rolling the eyes and the glares and the, I can't believe you did that. And I'm like, okay, first of all, I still don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, like the Miss Philippine runner-up, yeah. So one of the streamers that I watched, for those of you who weren't on yesterday, one of the streamers that I watched, the guy who got me to buy the EcoFlow, he's from Iceland. His name's Finn Snow. Excellent vlogger. He's way richer than me. He's got a huge house on top of a mountain near Dumageddon, which is in the north. And he has and let's call it a yacht. He takes people out on his yacht and things of that nature. So yeah, much better off than me. Okay. Which is probably why. And his wife is Miss Philippine runner-up. And so we were watching his stream, I think on Sunday. And yeah, she did some stretch thing where she was putting up a TV, and I went, uh-huh. And I was in the doghouse. So yeah. To which I casually said, she was a Miss Philippines runner-up. I think she deserves a uh-huh comment. Now, on the other hand, you've talked about that guy before. Yeah. I run hot, then emote, and be done with it. There you go. Yeah, that's kind of the way I am. Is I get angry, I blow up, and then I'm done. I'm good. All right. Where she's more of a slow boil, you know? But yeah. But like I said, it seems like I'm out of the doghouse. But like I said, I haven't really tested the theory to find out. And I thought, you know, I might as well help her with the laundry this morning, because it sure won't hurt, right? But yeah, Finn's a really good guy. I don't judge men. I don't find men attractive, but I mean, I can see how he could be attractive to some women. But like I said, he's Icelander, so he's very pale. He's even paler than me, if you can believe that. Yeah. Yeah, and see, that's my wife. She'll go out of her way to tell me how pretty somebody is. Oh, she's really pretty. And I'm like, I'm not falling for that. I'm not, And she'll say it 15 times. Wow, she's really pretty. And normally my response to that is, I don't find her attractive at all. Which then she just looks at me like, and I'm like, well, that's the common answer. But yeah. But from that perspective, when I make a comment on my own, completely, like I said, she's a Miss Philippines runner-up. Come on. I think she deserved a comment. She's jabbing, yeah. Yes, exactly. She's baiting me, exactly. And I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. I will, when she asks me, hey, does this dress make me look fat? I will tell her, it ain't the dress, baby. That's what I told her. Honesty. I'm going to be honest with you, so don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. But yeah, she's pretty. And I'm like, yeah. And most of the ones she finds pretty, I don't find attractive. I'm like, not really. But, taste is everything. Like I said, she married me. So, already kind of obvious her attractive scale is heavily skewed, But yeah, Finn's got a lot of money, so he should have probably a supermodel wife. So, But yeah, but I thought, that would have been an okay. And actually, it was completely unbidden. It came out, was not intended. And even when I said it, I was like, shit, But she's not you is the answer she wants. Yeah. I've given her that one. That doesn't make her satisfied either. She's like, don't just be serious. Because I've told her, obviously, hey, she's always worried I'm going to cheat on her. And I'm like, you really seem to think that this relationship is skewed in a whole different way than it is. Because you're the smoking hot one, okay? If there's going to be any cheating, it's not going to be me. I'm still thanking my lucky stars that you'll sleep with me. All right, let's be honest. Yeah. Hi, Val. Hello, can you please show Game Shop for Plex what's on the sale now? Sure. So, mega bonus items. Actually, they're not on sale. Multiple pilot training seems to be the only thing on sale. So, yep. Omega. Yeah. 3 months, 6 months, 12 months Omega is on sale. 10 times daily alpha injectors. I don't know even what they are. Skill extractors are on sale. Yep. Yeah, what do I need to say to get MU buckets of KFC? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So, did you see what you needed, IFAL? Okay, cool. Actually, I wasn't. Was I showing the right one? I don't think I was. No. So I wasn't even showing the one you were looking at. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong character. I am multi-boxing here for those of you who don't know that. So sorry about that. I was actually on the wrong character. So yeah, if you need me to show it to you again, let me know. Since I didn't really show it to you. Inventory, you don't have a KFC? Yeah. Not anymore. They closed it. They closed the KFC? I've never heard of a KFC closing. Tuesday, $10 bucket. Oh, man. Yeah. See, I'm not a Popeyes fan. My wife likes Popeyes because they sell gizzards and livers, which she likes. But, yeah. Yeah, you're not getting me to buy gizzards and livers. Sorry, not happening. I mean, I'll buy them for her, but you're not getting me to eat them. Yeah. Yeah, that really sucks. It was a Taco Bell KFC and they closed the KFC. Really? I have never heard of that. KFC's always been a huge moneymaker. Huge moneymaker. In fact, we've had, in Kansas City, we had several Taco Bells closed. Because they were, actually they closed mostly because they had health regulation issues. Which was not a big surprise. But yeah. Yeah, KFC, Long John Silver's. I've never seen that one. Yeah, see, we had a Kentucky Hut. So we had a KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut. And that was always kind of nice. Because then you can get whatever you wanted. We had 2 in Green Bay. They did close one after Popeyes came down. Yeah. My mom likes Krakens and orphan meat. I just can't. Organ meat. Yeah, see, that's my wife. She'll eat any kind of organ meat. Yeah, she'll eat any kind of organ meats. Yeah. Which I'm not a big organ guy. I remember there was some kind of Indian tradition where everything you killed, you'd bite the heart or bite the liver or something. Yeah. My dad tried that when we went hunting the first time, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't. Sorry, Dad. Appreciate that you want to expand my horizons, but yeah, sorry. Not my thing. I'll eat the animal when you cook it up, when we have it butchered and cooked up. I'm not going to sit here and bite into its raw liver. I have no idea what this animal ate. Could have ate crap this morning for all I know. Should visit Scotland for some of that. There you go, organ meat. Yeah, she, like I said, she really likes organ. And like I said, it's kind of weird watching her eat fish. I haven't had a whole lot of fish here because they cook it different. And they eat the scales, they eat the fins, they eat the head, the eyes, the tail. They eat it all. And I'm like, yeah, can we just fillet that and fry those up? Because that's really what I like. And so drink the warm blood is what I read. Yeah, that's another one I had read too. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah, no. I like, even then, I have all my steaks medium well. You know, I'm not a... I don't want it mooing at me. I don't want it mooing at me. What is that? That's really discolored. That one's discolored too. They're all discolored. I bet you it's because of the other. Yeah, okay. Trying to figure out what this coloring is on my rice cakes. Yeah, that's what I thought pork rinds were. They love pork rinds here. Money, money. 80 money. Yep. She has a whole bunch of them here right now. Yep, she has a whole bunch of them here right now. She loved them. I'm not a fan. I love chips, I love pretzels, but yeah. Not a fan of the cracklings. When they cook a pig here, they cook the whole pig. They call it lechon. And they coat the skin with something. that makes it like the consistency of peanut brittle. And the first time I was here, my wife had warned me.
I like pepperoni and cheddar.
Pepperoni and cheddar, there you go. My wife had warned me, hey, don't eat the skin, because it's really, really salty. You might pass out. And I was like, okay. So yeah, it looks like peanut brittle. It does not taste like peanut brittle. But they love the skin. Love the skin. It's like their favorite part. Yeah, see, I've never tried to give it to the dog. Yeah, same here, Scimitar. I don't know if they're just small. I'll have to see if we can find a better one. They don't look that small. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't think they would have too much salt. Honestly, my dogs would eat anything. I say that. And then there was like one vegetable they wouldn't eat. I mean, they wouldn't eat celery. They wouldn't eat celery. I love celery. But they eat tomatoes, they eat broccoli, they eat cauliflower, green peppers, you know. My first keto snack was chicharrones. That's what my wife gets. We had a Mexican place near us, and she would get chicharrones, and she loves them. Loves them. But that's keto? My goodness. Mine are vacuum cleaners too. But yeah, celery was one thing they would not eat, which I just thought was ironic.
The asteroid is depleted.
I had a cat jump in the truck and eat a whole bag of hot pork rinds. Ouch. He probably regretted that. He probably regretted that. Probably regretted that. We're always talking about food on here. Just because I'm a fat guy, we talk about food? I mean, seems to make sense. Seems to make sense. Yeah, food is life. Food brings people together. I agree. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you guys who make your own stuff. Mostly because I barely can boil water. I really can't. And so, music is another one. Yep. It's especially informative if you got so many different countries together. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hamburger, steak, and onion gravy is easy. Yeah, I've done some of that. I made a venison stir fry that I made for my wife once. Unfortunately, venison is the one meat she will not eat.
The asteroid.
She's eating dog, she's eating rat, she will not eat venison. And she cannot tell me why. She just won't do it. And I'm like, all right, more for me. But yeah, unfortunately, it literally took me like, I don't know, 12 hours to cut everything up and make the stir fry. So yeah, it was definitely not an efficient thing, but I was able to accomplish it. But yeah, she watched Bambi. Went, yeah, see, and that's the thing. I thought maybe, but she did not like Bambi. She never saw Bambi. She just, I don't know. It's really weird. I think I told you guys this before, but yeah, when I first got here, I have been warned that, yeah, they'll eat anything that moves. And so you're liable to get things that you wouldn't get in America. So, you know, keep that in mind. And so I told her, I said, here's the deal. If we have something that I wouldn't normally have in America and I like it, I don't need to know what it is. If I don't like it, I want you to tell me what it is so I don't have it again. She said, okay. We had something, to this day, I still don't know what it was. It probably was dog or rat, but it was delicious. I mean, I just was like, man, this is awesome. And she's like, I said, do I want to know what it is? She said, you definitely don't want to know what it is. I'm like, okie dokie. And to this day, I still don't know what it was. Yeah, see, I've never had gator. I've never had bear. I've had octopus, of course, squid. I've had ostrich, which was really good. Super expensive, but really good. And buffalo.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of the octopus. It was really rubbery. I had it in Hawaii, and I told them bring me something I wouldn't get on the mainland, and that's what they brought me. And it was okay. I just probably wouldn't order it. But yeah, ostrich is really good. Yeah, I've had testicles. I have had Rocky Mountain oysters, they call them. Yep. And they're really good. Really good. Yeah. That's a southern thing. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah, and they were really good. Once my dad told me what they were, I was like, yeah, it was very chewy. It was very chewy. And so, but yeah, it probably wasn't cooked right. Because I've heard that it's really not that chewy if they cook it right. Well, I don't know. Every time I imagine chewing on an octopus, I kind of thought chewy. So, yep. Yeah, buffalo is really good. Octopus really depends on what they actually use and how it's cut up. If it's the rings, no, it's calamari, that's not usually real. But if it's strips with crosshatch, that's better. Yeah, this was the calamari. I thought was actually shrimp, or not shrimp, squid. We have calamari at a lot of the restaurants we went to in America, and kind of like, but yeah, snot and rubber bands is really kind of what I thought of it as. Yep. And so yeah. And I figured I was in Hawaii, they would probably know how to cook it. But yeah, like I said, I probably wouldn't order it again. So, sorry, ads are on. But yeah. Seems I put too much milk in my coffee. It's separating. that's the end of the rice cakes. Cool. We make love, it's understood. A touch or word we say. Only in dreams could it be this way. When you love someone. I've had both good and bad. Yeah, so the calamari, I've had both good and bad as well. Good and bad. But the calamari, they usually do all right by. We had a Thai place that we would always go that made really good calamari. So, yeah, so we always order it and then find out whether it's good or bad at that point in time. And then we remember whether, you know, if we go back to that place again, it's like, yeah, this is the one with the bad calamari. Don't order that. So, but we don't eat out a whole lot here. We took the family all out to Texas Roadhouse here a month or so ago, and that was an expensive dinner, but still cheaper than America. I think we had almost 10 people, and it was like $300, which was way less than it would have been in America. So, I mean, the wife and I have been to places, just her and I, and we've spent $300. So, but yeah. We are running out of asteroids. But yeah, I prefer to make homemade to minimize. Yep. Yeah, and that's one of the other things I've really noticed is that there is a lot of crap in American food. Because eating here and eating fresh has made a huge difference in my physical and mental and emotional state. Really has made a huge difference. So, yeah. You got a Texas Road. Yeah, I got a Texas Roadhouse, but no Mexican. We got to go to Manila for the Texas Roadhouse, but yes. And there might be a Mexican place in Manila. I haven't looked yet, so. But yeah, high fructose corn syrup and red dye number 7 or something, whatever it is, yellow dye. I mean, that's one thing I've realized so much is that there's a lot of things here, so a lot of things taste different, even though they have the same name. And Frosted Flakes is one. Frosted Flakes are kind of cardboardish here. And I'm sure it's because in America we put those things in it that we're not supposed to put in it, and here they don't. And so yeah. Yeah, leftovers is always good. My wife's an excellent cook, and so she always cooks, and that just makes it so much easier. But yeah, unfortunately, I cannot, like I said, I have trouble boiling water. So, but not my thing. So, but yeah, but the KFC, ironically, the KFC tastes exactly the same. One of the vloggers we watched, he doesn't put out videos very often, but he lives in Lipa, and which is the closest big town to us, big city. And he says Burger King is the closest thing to American. Because McDonald's, the burgers do not taste like America. Not at all. Like I said, McDonald's, you get spaghetti, you get chicken. The burgers are actually in the minority. So if you order a burger, they kind of look at you strange, like, what? Well, they see your skin and they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, if a Filipino orders a burger, they're like, what's wrong with you? But yeah, franchise usually do. Yeah, so, but yeah, it's weird. So McDonald's doesn't taste the same. What's the other one? Burger King, Wendy's. We did see a Wendy's here. I think I saw one in Lipa, but we haven't eaten at it yet. And so, but yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. Beef is not prevalent here. So, they have their own cows, and they're not beef cattle. So, and it tastes different. So, I looked at BK this week and a meal was $15. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I said. You know, I spend $20 just for one person at McDonald's or Burger King. It's ridiculous in America. Here, it's way cheaper, which is really nice. But it's still one of those where it's so much cheaper to cook at home as well. So yeah, and since she's such a great cook, it's just like, okay, well, let's just do that. So yeah, so we don't eat out very often. Every once in a while, if we want to treat my in-laws, the ones that are helping us out, sometimes we'll treat them because they don't normally eat out. And so we'll order something and do it that way. But beef cattle raised on grass tastes different than corned beef. That's true. Yeah, we got a lot of Turkish and Greek fast food here. None of them franchises, though. Yeah. Beef cattle raised on grass tastes different than corn-fed beef. Yep. And I agree with that, DLH. But this tastes completely different. Like I said, their cows have a hump on the back. And I asked my wife the other day if they eat the hump. And she said, I have no idea. And I'm like, okay. Understood. She's like, I don't know. I never seen them butchered. I'm like, okay. I said, well, I thought maybe it was something, they literally asked for the heart, or they asked for the lungs, or they asked for the intestines, or I said, I wasn't sure if you asked for the hump. Yeah. I got TB again on Saturday for me and the wife. That was $30. Yeah, TB, Taco Bell. Okay. Yeah, $30. Yeah, and that's Taco Bell too. And it's really not, it's not good. It's really not good. I think that's probably why they don't have any Taco Bells here, is because they have too many of the things in them that they don't allow them to put in food here. But yeah, like I said, I brought some, spit it out. I brought some Frosted Flakes with me from America in one of the boxes. And then I bought some Frosted Flakes at S&R. And I had them back to back. And was not, it's like cardboard. Really, the one in S&R was like cardboard. It had no taste. And it was ironic because I had just finished the one from America, which was very tasty. But I didn't have the box from the one in America left over to be able to check. But my guess is that it's because they're not using all the dyes and artificial sweeteners and all that stuff. But yeah, it's kind of funny because it's amazing what we in America let the food industry and the drug industry get away with that other countries do not. And so, yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like roast, the cattle hump. There you go. No, we didn't let them. Yeah, there you go. No chemicals. Yeah. Need a couple spoon cups of corn syrup. That's probably it. Yeah, because it was like I said, it was really bad. I told her, don't ever buy this again. This is horrible. That's horrible. Just horrible. I just started that. Alright, we're down to the last 5 asteroids, so. Alright, I'm going to go scout out the next one. 4 asteroids. We're at 6-1. Let's go to 7-1. Americans are the unhealthiest people on the planet. I believe it. Can you get food delivered from Amazon for the U.S.? I cannot. Never look at the FDA approved list of what we can eat. Yeah, I know. Most of what we would get in the USA isn't allowed here in Germany. Yeah, and that's it. I think that's it. That's one thing I've noticed here is that there's a ton of stuff that we allow in the foods in America that they do not allow in the food here. And so, ship international. I have receipts for U.S. Yep. Recipes for U.S. and European countries. Yep. Yeah, they have to have them different because of what's allowed and what isn't. And in America, it seems like we let anything, which is just ridiculous. Because I'm like, that's not right. All right, so this one, yeah, this one looks pretty good. It's got quite a bit of massive score die, a couple rich plague. Yeah, we're in good shape here. So I'm at 7-1. You guys are welcome to join me whenever you're ready. I'm taking out the rats. One down, working on the last one. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Oh, power of love. Rats are gone. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, they could easily ship the other recipes. I blame them. Yeah, I do too. Because it's ridiculous. There's really no reason for, especially when you know it's bad for people. I mean, I think that's why we have such an epidemic of Alzheimer's and cancer, is because of crap like that. Here in the Philippines, you never hear of anybody with Alzheimer's or cancer. Never. Never. I mean, you know, the older ones are not, their memory's not as good because they're older, but they don't completely forget their family, you know? And it's just, it's crazy because it's like, something's got to be done because it's getting out of hand. Yeah. Magnesium is said to be part of the problem. That could be. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but like I said, I feel better here. Much, much better here. Just significantly. It's a significant change. Alright, let me know when you're ready, Scimitar. And I will fleet warp us over to Kragan. As in not enough? Yep. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it'll be cruel sometimes. Alright, come on. Alright. I'm mining. Oh, you guys all left me. There you are. I was wondering where you were, Burker. Oop. I tell ya, I'm really getting pissed off with that. Every time I try to invite somebody to the fleet, freaking conversation one pops up and it invites them to a channel. Alright, you guys all left me. Don't take money. Cholesterol is what your brain is mostly made of, yeah. Did you see their yank the cholesterol drug? No, I didn't. I'm not surprised though. They wanted me, they had me on cholesterol medicine for a while, and sorry, trying to get Burkar invited. He hasn't accepted, so I don't know what happened. He rejected your invitation. Alright. We're back. Anyway, yeah, so... Alright, DLH. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. There we go. Yeah, they had me on cholesterol medication, and I'm one of those where the cholesterol medication works perfect. It lowers my cholesterol drastically. And so I refused to take it for many, many, many years. And then finally my doctor was like, hey, you're going to have to take it. So I'm like, okay. And so I took it for 6 months, and it lowered my cholesterol way down, like over 100 points. And so she's like, okay, you don't need to take it anymore. When it creeps back up, we'll go back on it. She says, you're perfect for this drug. I'm like, okay. So then, of course, we moved to another place. And the doctor I got there said he put me on it because it had creeped back up. And I said, okay, well, you know, sure enough, 6 months, dropped 100 points. I said, okay, I'm going to stop taking it. He said, why would you stop taking it? I said, because my cholesterol's below the threshold where you say I need it. And he's like, well, I've never taken anyone off. And I said, so what's going to happen? I said, in 6 months, it lowers my cholesterol by 100 points. I'm at 150 now. What happens in a year while I'm taking this? You know, another year it's going to be down to 50. And then the year after, 6 months after that, I said, what's going to happen? Where is it going to pull cholesterol from? I said, like DLH said, your brain is made of cholesterol. I don't want to pull it from my brain. I said, you guys have no idea what it'll do for someone who's below zero. I said, it might take the good cholesterol, which I ain't got a whole lot of. And I said, no, I'm not taking it. So he got super pissed with me, and I'm like, I don't care. And so, yeah. And ironically, my wife lived here in the Philippines for 40 years, never had a single cholesterol problem. She moves to America. Within 10 years of being in America, she had a huge cholesterol problem. So, ended up having to go on medication. So yeah, so moving here was definitely a good move for us and I don't know how, honestly, because they cook everything here in oil, and they claim that oil is the big cholesterol one. That's what they say in America. They cook everything here in oil, and they cook it here in crappy oil, reused oil. And they got no cholesterol problems. Zero. So I'm just like, yeah, you guys, I don't think you really know what exactly the problem is. So that is like the largest one. Fat Mujam Randall, the king and I, and the catcher in the right. Eisenhower backbeat. Newman's got a new queen. Luther Lula Liberace sat Diana goodbye. There is good and bad. Yeah, so I have very little good cholesterol. And I tried everything. I did exercise. I rode in the MS 150, which was a bike ride for multiple sclerosis. 150-mile bike ride. Trained for it for over a year. I took fish oil for a couple years. I mean, I tried everything. And nothing I did would ever raise my good cholesterol. Nothing. And, you know, the doctor was kind of like, well, some people are like that, so you're just going to have to deal with it. So I said, we'll just work on the overall numbers, and then from there, we'll deal with everything else. I'm like, okay. And it was satisfying enough for me, so I was like, no worries. But, yeah, it was funny because... Oop, I didn't want to shut that off. Enough to litter mine. But yeah, it was kind of interesting because, like I said, my first doctor, who I argued with tooth and nail, definitely, I said, I do not want to be on medication for the rest of my life. And they're like, well, we understand that, but sometimes it can't be helped. And I'm like, no, there's ways. And so I have 0 medications that I take now. 0. I don't even take vitamins, which my wife gets upset with me about. But here, I get everything I need from it. So there is healthcare here. They do have insurance here, though I don't know why, because everything's so cheap. And then I have an HSA, which I have a ton of money in from my 25 years with my company. And so I can use that for any health-related expenses. But yeah. Honestly, they said something like 5 out of 10 of the nurses in America are Philippine trained. And so they are the primary place where we get nurses from. And eventually they go up to the doctor level. So yeah, so here's where they're actually training them. So yeah, I don't worry about healthcare here. There's St. Luke's in Manila, American hospital in the heart of Manila. So worst case scenario, I can go there and get treatment. It would probably eat up my HSA, but if it's something that I needed, we could do that. But yeah, I'm in good, other than being a little bit overweight, I'm in perfect health. So, but yeah. And like I said, here eating fresh food, fresh meat, no preservatives, fresh vegetables, I'm feeling better than I've ever felt. And so, more relaxed. I do have stupid paperwork issues, but you can't have everything, right? So, but yeah, from my perspective, yeah, it's worked out. So, but yeah, that was a concern coming here as to what healthcare would be like. And so,
The asteroid is depleted.
but yeah, we're 2.5 hours from Manila. And there is a St. Luke's in the center of Manila that if I desperately needed care, I could get it there. So it wouldn't be something I'd get rushed to if I had a heart attack. But yeah. And we do have, I think, 2 public hospitals that are close to us. Public hospitals here are not the one. Public hospitals are free. So they're not the ones you really want to go to. But we also have several private hospitals here, and then there are even more in Lipa, which is about 2 hours away. So. But yeah, for any kind of emergency stuff, I've got hospitals here I could go to, and then get transferred to one of the private hospitals in Lipa. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have ambulances here, but if you're bad enough, you got to call an ambulance. You're pretty much already dead. So, yeah, it's kind of like we talked about before. You know, they have cobras here, and the cobras are highly venomous, and but most of the hospitals don't carry the anti-venom, because if you get bit by the cobra, you're probably not going to make it to the hospital anyway. And if you do, oh well. We don't have the anti-venom. So yeah, I was looking to see if there was a way I could get the anti-venom for myself, keep it in my refrigerator. Because knowing my luck, that's probably how I'll go, is I'll get bit by a damn cobra. Like, that's a strange... What is that? But yeah. But yeah, it's funny because when we're driving around, when we're headed to Lipa or we're headed other places, we always see the ambulances out and about. But that's the big saying here is if you're gonna wait on an ambulance, you may as well just write yourself off, because the ambulance it ain't in any kind of hurry. So yeah, Cobra Venom EpiPen. That's what I need. That's what I need. Somebody suggested that I actually catch them and milk them and make my own anti-venom, but I think that's a lot like cooking, which we've already talked about. I'm not good at that, so I don't know. I don't know. It might be worth learning, just so I had anti-venom, because that's probably the other thing, is it's probably only good for a couple months, even in the refrigerator, which is probably the other reason they don't keep it, because they're like probably super expensive, and it doesn't last very long. So it's like, yeah, we're not keeping this around. Yeah, the cobra venom seems to be very fast acting. So when you get bit by the cobra, you're pretty much done for. So let us know how that works out for you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that if I tried to milk a cobra, that would be the first time I got bit. And that would be the headline. Stupid American tries to milk cobra so he doesn't die from cobra bite. Dies from cobra bite.
The asteroid is depleted.
But I probably would have a market for it if I was successful. It's kind of like bomb makers, you know. Most of the bomb maker, how do you know if he's a good bomb maker? Because he's missing fingers, right? And it's like, you know, once you're successful at it, and you probably got a good revenue stream, because I could sell cobra venom antidote to all the Americans, and it probably be in like Flynn. They don't have little sensitive teats. They don't like touched. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to milk it from their fangs. Yeah. There's a joke about that. Two guys are in the woods, and they're running along, and the one guy goes, "Ah!" He said, "Something bit me in the rear end." And the guy looks down and he sees it's a snake. And he says, "Yeah, it's a snake." He says, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" He says, "I don't know. Let me run to the ranger station and find out what to do." "All right, Lego, have a good night." So he runs all the way to the ranger station, and he says, "My buddy got bit by a snake. What do I need to do?" And the ranger says, you gotta cut an incision on where he got bit, and you gotta suck the poison out." He says, "Okay." He runs all the way back to his buddy, and the buddy says, "What did the ranger say?" He said, "The ranger says you're gonna die." Because he got bit on the rear end. So he's like, "Yeah, the ranger says you're gonna die. I'm not sucking poison out of your rear end. Ranger says you're gonna die." Honestly, the feeling's mutual with me and snakes. Anything that can move faster than me with no legs, that's not natural. I got no tolerance for that. Like, that's an accident waiting to happen. I have no idea which one this is.
Is depleted.
Ah. Yeah, it seems like somebody's mined all these belts out. Probably us. Though I don't remember working these ones. I don't think we've ever worked these ones. So that seems a little weird. So yeah, this is 7-1. I don't think we've ever done 7-1. Maybe we did. I don't know. Oh, drop the bomb. Oh. But yeah, Ranger says you're gonna die. Ranger says you're gonna die. Yeah, right. That's another one there. The two guys in the woods and they see a bear. We mining the same thing over and over. I don't think so. Wasn't me, and I live around here. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure we've never been in 7-1 before, but so somebody's working them. But yeah, there's another joke about two guys in the woods and they see a bear. And the one guy goes down and tightens up his shoelaces and everything, and the other guy says to him, What are you doing? You can't outrun a bear. He says, I don't need to outrun the bear, I just need to outrun you. He'll stop when he catches one of us. Don't need to outrun the bear, just gotta outrun you. That was my dad. When we went hunting in the mountains of Pennsylvania. And my dad told me, he says, there's a lot of bears up here. He said, so if you see a bear, he said, whatever you do, don't shoot it. He said, because the gun you have is not, it's made for deer. It's not going to really hurt the bear. It's just going to piss him off. He said, what you do is you draw an imaginary line between you and the bear, and you just sit there still and hope he doesn't cross it. And I said, well, what happens when he crosses it? He says, then you draw another imaginary line between you and the bear. He said, whatever you do, don't shoot it and don't run. And he said, because they run much faster than you, and if you shoot it, that's just going to piss him off. So I'm like, so if I see a bear and he's upset with me being in his territory, I'm pretty much screwed. He said, yeah, pretty much. Well, isn't that ironic? So, yeah, luckily, I think we did see a bear once, but they weren't bothering us. They were just moseying on along. Yeah, he was like, I said, surely I had a brush gun. I had a 30-30. And I said, surely I ought to be able to take him out with this. It's made to plow through the brush and all that kind of stuff. And he said, you could probably kill him if you shot him right in the eye, and you're not that good of a shot. Especially if he's running at you. You definitely don't want to be shooting him unless he's running at you. Because if you shoot him and he's not running at you, he will be running at you right after you shoot him. But yeah, my dad, the comedian. My buddy was slammed in their ground in Alaska by a grizzly. Yeah, I can't imagine that. Those are, woof. Not that I can't imagine it happen. I'm sure it did happen to him, but I can't imagine recovering from that. I think my heart would stop. Yeah, they run and climb fast. That's the other thing. Don't climb a tree. He'll be up that tree faster than you get up there. He'll pass you and kill you when you get to the top. That's why he said, what about climbing a tree? Yeah, don't climb a tree. They climb trees faster than you. He called it. He called it the alpha predator is what he called it. The bear, and these were black bears. These weren't even grizzlies. But he said, yeah, he called it the alpha predator. And I don't know about that, Dad. I'm sure there's probably better predators, but they probably don't live in the same place as the bears. He says, yeah, well, for where we live, it's the alpha predator. He said they don't normally mess with humans, but if you piss it off, it will exact its vengeance. And shooting it is one way to surely piss it off.
The asteroid is depleted.
But yeah, he said, yeah, they run faster than you, they climb faster than you. He said, there's really nothing you could do. I said, then why do we hunt here again? Good God Almighty. These asteroids are disappearing faster than I can target them. Oh. What I'm going through, I just can't smile without you. You came along just like a song and brightened my day. Oh my Lord. Now it all seems I can't smile without you. Can't laugh and I can't sing. Finding it hard to do anything. A lot of asteroids here, but they don't seem like they're very big. You only knew what I'm going through. I just can't smile when some people say happiness takes so very long to find. I'm finding it hard leaving your love behind me. Yeah, so the grizzlies, they say they're even worse. The Kodiaks are the other ones up there in Alaska. And they say they're, man. But yeah, I've never had bear. That's one I would actually like to taste. I have heard, I think DLH was talking earlier about it and said it was really greasy. I have heard it's really greasy. I just can't smile without you. But yeah, that would be one to try. They don't have any bears here in the Philippines. Cobras. They got some monkeys, tarsiers. Supposedly the world's smallest primate, but that's not true. There is a smaller one, and I can't remember what it is, but... And then they've got some other monkeys as well. I think up in the north. We don't have them around us. I wrote the very first song. Barry wrote the songs. I heard the words and the melody together. So, Al, how is your friend? Did he survive the encounter with the grizzly? Because I think that would have given me a heart attack. Because that, man, that's intense. Special things. I write the songs that make the young girls cry. I write the songs, I write the songs. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, took a long time to recover, I bet. Holy cow, I can't imagine. Probably lucky it didn't shatter every bone in his body. Ugh. They say that's the one. Play dead. Which I'm not sure. The bear coming at me, I'm not sure playing dead. But honestly, it's really the only option you have. So yeah, from that perspective, I guess. Don't have much choice. But yeah. I feel for him. That's an experience. There's a movie with Tom Berenger and Sidney Poitier. Oh crap, what's the name of that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. Sidney Poitier's in the wilderness. I think it's Tom Berenger. Sidney Poitier. There it is. Poitier. Oh, come on. Why are you not typing? Click on that. Yeah, Sidney Poitier and Tom Berenger movie. Deadly Pursuit. It's an old one. 1988. It's actually it's called Shoot to Kill.
Asteroid is depleted.
Shoot to Kill. And yeah, he runs into a bear. Sidney Poitier. And he says, he just acts crazy. He goes, "Ah!" And the bear runs off. And Sidney Poitier is like, I have never seen anything like that in my entire life. And he says, well, everybody up here in the middle of nowhere acts like they've never seen a black man before. So why would the bear be any different? And so, yeah, kind of a funny line. But yeah, shoot to kill. They're being hunted, or I think Sidney Poitier's, or not, Berenger's being hunted by some assassin. And Sidney Poitier is trying to catch the assassin. Pretty good movie if you guys have never seen it. It says 1988. Some of the best movies are from the 80s. Shoot to Kill. Boom, 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 boom. It's cold as ice, ready to sacrifice our love. Oh my lord. They're all gone. Seen it before, it happens all the time. Uh-oh, rats. Feelings, but someday you'll pay. You're as cold as ice. Yeah, Shoot to Kill. I may have to go watch that one again. Really enjoy. I like Tom Berenger. Tom Berenger's one of my favorites. Paradise. But someday you'll pay the price. I know. Seen it before. It happens all the time. Closing the door, you leave the world behind. You're digging for gold. You're going away. A fortune and feelings, but someday you'll pay. Bum 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 bum. Cold as ice, you know that you are. As cold as ice to me. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, cold as ice. You're as cold as ice. Cold as ice, I know. Yes, I know. It's cold as ice. Cold as ice, I know. Oh, yes, I know. You're as cold as ice. Oh, yes, I know. Ooh, Bon Jovi, On a Dead or Alive. Another good song. Bum, bum. For one of these clients, I have the sound too high. Master volumes at 47. Okay. All the same. Only the names will change every day. It seems we're wasting away. Another place where the faces are so cold. I think they're all the same. But to get back home, I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. Sometimes I sleep. Sometimes it's not for days. The people I meet always go their separate ways. Sometimes you tell the day by the bottle that you drink. Times when you're alone, all you do is think. I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, wanted, dead or alive. The sun is out today. There's a lot of clouds out. I didn't see what the weather was today. Let's check. Let's check what it says. Shoot to kill. I'm going to have to check that one out again. Weather report. Of course, this is off of weather.com, which... Storms continuing through 4 p.m. Dose, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Dose. Appreciate it. You guys aren't following DoseATM, please give him a follow. Appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're doing our mining event tonight, every Monday night, American time, Tuesday morning, Filipino time, where I'm at. We do a mining event where we mine in high sec, and everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome. Cheapest way to get ore. We got boost, we got compression, we got awesome conversation. We're talking about being attacked by bears and what's the best spaghetti sauce. I have played Eve for over 20 years. This character was born 9/23/2003. Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003. And this guy was born 4 months later. So that's my main. So I haven't played the whole 22 years, but CCP pissed me off several times and we left, but yes. I think when we figured out skills it was like 10 or 12 years, so HughesyC, good to see ya. Xurdaben, I'm going to call it. Good to see you. Yes, I saw all the knee-jerk reactions from CCP in the early days. Yep. Yeah, they would make changes and reverse them the same day back then. It was ridiculous. So yeah, the good old days. But that was also before you could buy your skill points and catch up to people who are as old as me. So nowadays it doesn't age. Age is literally a number. But with enough real world money, you can get to the same level of skill points as me in 3 or 4 days. You just got to buy them. But yeah. That's the way it works sometimes. But yeah, we're out here mining in Upine if you guys want to join us. So yeah, they really messed up with the skill injectors. Yeah. My first rage kit was from jump fatigue. There you go. Yep. I think I left on that one too. So the longest break I've had from Eve so far is a week, but I'm freaking addicted. Yeah, I'm addicted too. But no, my longest one I think was about 8 years. So this last one I think was about 8 years. Actually, the only reason I came back was because Twitch told me as a streamer I'd have more viewers if I streamed Eve Online. So I was like, I used to play Eve Online. I could do that. So I was streaming a whole bunch of other stuff and wasn't getting a whole lot of viewers. And so yeah, Eve got me a lot of viewers. So it used to be back in the day, they would look at the age of your character and you would get hunted down just because you were an older character, which the only thing I don't do in Eve is PvP. I suck at it. And I do everything else. And I can't even defend myself very well. And so, yeah, they would hunt me down because of the age of my character and then be severely disappointed that I wasn't more of a challenge. So I rage quit jump fatigue and came back a little bit every 2 years or so. Only came back this time when they sounded the horn on Gondor. There you go. Yep. Yeah, I don't think many people watch Ark Survival. Yeah. That's what F1 monkeying is for. Yep. But yeah, the good old days. The good old days.
The asteroid is depleted.
We got a half decent group out here mining tonight. Looks like 9 of us in the fleet. So, as an O3 player, I'm curious what you think Eve's golden age was. Yeah, I don't know that Eve ever had a golden age. To be honest, they've had problems in every age I was involved in. So, 2010, 2012. Yeah, they were some better years. They were still making knee-jerk reactions back then, though. They really had no problem pissing off the players in the early years, which I just thought was really stupid. But yeah, there's been some good periods. I'm a little worried now that they're talking about selling it, so Yes, yes. Game was definitely more stable. More stable. Yep. And there's a lot to be said for that. So, but that goes a long way. That goes a long way. That goes a long way. BA selling could be better or worse. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the double dipping is what kind of pisses me off now, because they're double dipping. They're taxing the seller and the buyer, which is just wrong. Just wrong. Aussie Sov is the biggest mistake they ever. Yeah. Well, and the split off. Yeah, this split offs, Frontier and the other one, has really hurt. Really hurt them. Really hurt them. And I don't know what they were thinking, but then again, for 23 years I haven't known what they were thinking. So Vanguard is the other one. Yep. Yeah, and Frontier. Don't get me wrong, I played Frontier for a little bit, but yeah, they really, I don't know what they're up to. And now the announcement that they want to sell is even worse. It's like, what are you thinking? But yeah, it took an entire dev team months to make what one person could do fine. Yeah, it's getting crazy. Now that's the whole AI revolution. So you can have an AI programmer for you. No problem. I retired as a computer programmer, so I think I retired at the right moment. Hey, it's urgent. We're almost done with this belt, guys. Almost done with this belt.
You're awesome!
Thanks for the follow, Lochmear. Appreciate it. Actually, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Sorry, I figured that was a follow. You are awesome. Appreciate it.
The asteroid is depleted.
Good God, these are dropping faster than I can target them. At least I got 4 over there. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ads are getting ready to start. Sorry about that. Saxophone solo. Urgent by Foreigner. Saxophone is what I used to play. Indians, yeah, there you go. There you go. Aslionaldent. Thanks for being here. But still, yeah. So I recently retired and moved to the Philippines, and the Philippine environment was not good for my sax, so I sold my sax. I actually took a huge loss on my sax, but I played a tenor sax. $3,000 sax that I sold for $500. So urgent. I recently got mad, redundant, because they moved the job to the Philippines. Yeah.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, I retired here. My wife is from here, so she's been in America for 18 years, and so we had always planned to retire here, so. And so, yeah, I never thought retirement would actually come, but I pulled the trigger at the right time, so. But yeah, they are outsourcing a lot of jobs here, so sorry about that. Got made redundant because they moved a job to the Philippines. Yep. Yeah, they are moving a lot of jobs here. It's funny, my company did everything to India, so not the Philippines, so. We're both lying here. So many things I wanna say. Alright, I'm gonna check out the next belt. Come on. I always forget to compress before I warp. Can never make it alone. We'll fight for your honor. I'll be the hero you're dreaming of. Alright, this one, it's not the worst, but not the best either. I guess it'll work. Alright. Actually, mine still shows 14 seconds, so, but if you can hear me, that's good. So yeah, I played a tenor sax. I had a $3,000 sax that I sold for $500. So yeah, I was pretty pissed about. I didn't take a bath on it. I didn't want to bring it here because of the humidity. So I didn't want it to get ruined. I really wanted to bring it, but my wife was more realistic, so. Yep. Alto's a good one as well. You mentioned you were a program. What industry? I was in the banking industry. So I worked for a small Midwestern bank in Kansas City for 25 years. So, yeah, the Mosair and the pads and stuff would be horrible. Yeah, the moisture, yeah. That's what they told me, and I took their word at it. So, let me know when you're ready, Drachenhort, and I'll fleet warp us if you want. No, I actually did mostly C#. I started out with RPG. We had some mainframe programmers, but I never did mainframe programming. I was always distributed. But yeah, C# was mostly what I did. All right, good to go? All right. I'm going to fleet warp us. Everybody got your... Yep, everybody's got their things in. All right, here we go. Hang on. Keep your arms and legs in the vehicle. Yep. Yeah, C# was mostly what we did. So, our online banking platform, a lot of the utilities we used in the bank. But yeah, I worked for them for 25 years. Actually, I was 2 months short of my 25-year anniversary when I retired. So, but yeah. But yeah, it was a good job. I had good Good co-workers. Oop. But ironically, we're actually going through a merger where we were buying another bank, a very large bank. And so the getting was good. It was a good time to get out. And myself and a good majority of the rest of the workforce retired. So yeah, it was good timing. In fact, just this past month, so we've been here the 11th. The 11th will be 5 months for us here in the Philippines. And so but yeah, just last month I think they announced they're bringing everybody back full day, 4 days a week, where they were only up to 3 days, or actually, yeah, 3 days. So my job was fully remote customer service for a mobile network. There you go. Yeah, we were working fully remote during COVID, and we were more than capable of doing our job fully remote. But they wanted us back in the office since the government had decided that they were coming back. So there in Kansas City, there's a huge government presence. So yeah, they were adamant about having us back in the office, and so but yeah, I had been planning it for about 10 years, so I liked fully remote. Yeah, fully remote was awesome. That really, and we proved we could do it with COVID. But once that was over, and once the government made their stand, they wanted everybody back in the office full time. So yeah, and there were a lot of people abusing it. I agree. But that was our company. So when I started there 25 years ago, we had sick time, and they had a handful of people that abused the sick time and took all their sick time every year. But rather than address those people, they eliminated sick time and just went to a PTO schedule, paid time off, which screwed everybody out of their sick time. So like myself, I was saving all my sick time so I didn't have to pay for short-term disability. And when they wiped it out, I lost everything. I lost all of my sick time that I had accrued for like 10 years. So yeah, and of course I got nothing for that. And so even though I was one of the ones that didn't use any sick time, I got screwed, all because a handful of people were abusing it. So yeah, so that's where it is. I'm in the UK. We get paid holidays and sick time as a standard. Yeah, in America they've pretty much gone all to PTO, paid time off. Just one bucket. Anytime you're off, you take it from that one bucket. So, which, working from home, that wasn't a big deal. And I was there 25 years, so I had 6 weeks of paid time off, which was another nice one. When I retired in April. They paid me the whole 6 weeks, so that was a nice check. So, my son is a teacher. He told me the stories of what few did the job. Yeah, that's the problem, is that there's a few bad apples and they end up ruining it for everybody. And so, but yeah, that was only one example. They had a couple others where they just had a couple people abusing it, and they just wiped out the whole thing because of those couple abusing it, rather than address those people. But it was, the company's in the business to make money, and it definitely helped their bottom line. So, we had pensions when I first started there, and when I left, there was no pension. So, but I had a really nice 401k. So, and that's what I'm living off of now. I'm only 57, so I retired early. So I can't collect Social Security for at least another 5 years. So yeah, I'm living off my 401k. So, and it's dirt cheap to live here in the Philippines. So that'll last me, probably 20 some years. So we're even using it to build a house. We're building a house here in the Philippines, and so even with that, it probably will last me at least 10 years. So, but But yeah, it's amazing in America because there's always a few bad apples and they end up ruining it for everybody else, which is frustrating. Yeah. I'm 15 and starting high school. You got any advice for the future? Work hard. Keep your head down. Don't do anything stupid and put it on social media, because that'll come back to haunt you later. Yeah. I told my kids. So I have a 32-year-old and a 26-year-old. And 27, he just turned 27 last week. So, but yeah, everything has a price. Everything has a cost. If you're willing to pay it, then by all means go through with it. If you're not, don't even think about it. But you need to evaluate that cost up front. Perfect example, my daughter in her junior year of high school snuck out of her bedroom window to run off with her boyfriend and got pregnant and gave birth the first day of senior year. And now I have a 15-year-old granddaughter. And so yeah, definitely caused her life to be a lot harder than it needed to be. But she's owned it. Taking care of it, so. But yeah, you want to definitely have a career. Yep. Also play an instrument, be in a band, guitar, harmonica. Yep. It does help your brain relax. Excellent, Lochmear. Good suggestion. Yeah, the instrument is a huge relaxation thing. Plus, it's a creative. It helps your brain with the creative part. So play the sax, right? Yeah, that's what he said. He plays the sax. So yeah, sax is a good one. Yeah, living in Kansas City for the last probably almost 30 years of my American life, I got into the jazz there, so the sax was a good choice. So. But yeah, just think about everything. Because everything nowadays, especially, anything you do is going to follow you for the rest of your life. So, I played music since I was 15. My brain is now mush. I think learning to read music and being able to play an instrument goes a long way, like I said, towards creativity. I think it helps with different brain pathways. And so, because I had a lot of trouble. I did not play an instrument when I was younger. I picked mine up when I was older. And it was a lot harder. It's a lot harder. But yeah. So yeah, I would definitely suggest while you're younger, pick one up. The most I did was produce music on a PC. There you go. I want a Hello Kitty guitar. Scimitar. You know what? I probably could find you a Hello Kitty guitar here. You might want to watch that because I'm liable to send you one. Hello Kitty is really big here. It's kind of sick. The Asian thing. The songs just keep repeating in my head. Oh, that's your playlist. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just hearing my oldest dust playlist. So. But yeah, nowadays, everything you do follows you forever. So, you really got to keep that in mind. Really got to keep that in mind. We all make mistakes. You want to own your mistakes and learn from them. The key is to not make the same mistake twice. I've seen the video where the guy dropped in 600 in upgrades and it was awesome. There you go. Yep. Yeah, once something's on the internet, it's there for good. Yeah, And then nowadays with the AI, they're liable to use it in an AI and reproduce it. So yeah. That's a big, I guess, fear now, is that they don't want people here in the Philippines. They just passed a new law about not being able to video people's faces, because their faces can then be used in AI to create spoof videos that show them doing things they didn't really do. Which I think is a little far-fetched, but I also don't think that way, so that might not be completely realistic from my perspective. I still have the hopeful opinion that humanity as a whole is good, which may not be true. We're very, very close to video evidence no longer being admissible as evidence. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. Yeah, it's getting kind of ridiculous. Because now it can just be, you can create a video doing anything. I actually used one of the crappy AIs, and I said, make me a video of Bill Gates pointing a gun at Elon Musk. And, you know, it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty damn good.
The asteroid is depleted.
Like I said, make me a picture. That's what it was, a picture. And it was pretty damn good. I was like, that was one of the crappy free AIs. And I was like, holy shit. That's what one of the free ones can do. But yeah. We're on the verge of the AI destroying the internet. Yeah, I actually asked, if we talk about ChatGPT all the time in my stream. And I had actually asked ChatGPT, I said, you know, what's your opinion on AI raising up and taking over and deciding to kill humanity? And the AI and ChatGPT said, AI's use is all in how you use it. And if evil people use it evilly, then yes, it will learn that aspect. But if people use it for good, then it should, you know, it should be able to be something. So it was a pretty politically correct answer. But yeah, definitely destroying the current way of life. That's definitely. I mean, nowadays you can get an AI to do anything. Oh, there's Al. There's Al. I got you. You're in. Oh, you just logged off. That's why you were in. I thought you were in the fleet. So Al must have disconnected. But yeah, definitely destroying our way of life. Definitely modifying what we consider a way of life. Because now everybody's using it to do their jobs, which pretty much means as human beings we're not learning anything except how to use AI, which is not teaching us anything. So it's only teaching it. Well, if you Google something, then just read the AI summary or visit the site that used AI to scrape other sites. Yeah, they'd read it. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Alright, looks like Al's back. Welcome back, Al. Sorry. Internet's acting up again. Thankfully, Cloudflare is trying to save us. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. The jury's still out on that one for me. The jury's still out on that one.
The asteroid is depleted.
They're trying to block AI crawlers by default. Yep, yep. Whole house went dark just long enough to interrupt the connection. Yep. That's why you need a UPS. That'll at least keep your computer on. Nothing else. But we had that where we lived in Kansas City. They would lose power for like, less than a minute. But just enough to fragment the hard drive. So yeah. So that's good. You just don't have it on the internet. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have one on your internet router too. Ours, I think, was somebody, especially when it was raining, somebody would end up hitting a pole. And then it would go down for like a minute while it rerouted around the down pole. And then come back. So yeah, the UPS was worth its weight in gold. Here in the Philippines, though, we lose it on a fairly regular basis. Though, I say that. And since I got the EcoFlow, since it actually arrived, we have not lost power once. So, I have full fiber to install it cheaper. They run it along phone lines. Yep. I'm honestly surprised someone hasn't hit a pole and broken that. Yeah. That was the one we had in Kansas City. It was almost always somebody hitting a pole. Comrade Soul, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. We got quite the laser show out here today.
The asteroid is depleted.
We're doing our weekly mining event tonight, so every Monday night American time, Tuesday morning Philippine time, we mine in HughesyC. I mine with my viewers, so I mine on many other days as well, but this one's a planned event. So, and you guys are all welcome. Anybody who wants to join us. We are in the system of Ufine, which is in Galente space. So make sure you're not severely negative to Galente so they don't shoot at you if you want to come, but everybody's welcome. We have the boost, we have the compression, we have the conversation. Just a good time. Oh, sorry, my back itches. I was telling everybody, it's rained here for the last 4 days. Pretty much thunderstorms. We're in typhoon season now, so I think we had a typhoon going through. So we got a lot of rain the last 4 days, pretty much nonstop for the last 4 days. So this morning when I got up, it was super, super humid. Just overwhelming, suffocating humid. And so... But yeah, they're actually calling for rain today too, and there's some clouds out there, but not as many as been the last couple of days. I see some blue skies, so it may stay dry today. We'll have to see. But that'd be the first day in the last 5. But yeah, they been canceling schools and government jobs for the last week because of the rain. America, we cancel all that stuff because of snow. Here in the Philippines, they cancel it because of the rain. In their defense, there's a lot of flooding. Big controversy here in the Philippines now that several of the senators had flood control projects where they sent money to the construction firms that they owned in order to fix the flooding problems. And ironically, none of the flooding problems have been fixed, but the billions and billions of pesos have been spent. So yeah, something to be said for that. So yeah, when you think the grass is always greener, it's usually not. Corruption here is way more prevalent than in America. Way more prevalent. They had an election back in June, and they were advertising that they would buy your vote on YouTube. Which I said to my wife, isn't that illegal? And she said, yeah, it's illegal, but no one ever gets prosecuted for it. I said, well, in America, if I advertised that I would buy your vote on YouTube, I would definitely be prosecuted, because that's evidence. She said, yeah, I hear nobody gets prosecuted. And the corruption is so prevalent that's what I said. I said they were offering a very large amount to buy your vote. And I said, I don't understand how they can do that. She said, oh, they'll make that back in the first year. So I guess their senatorial ones are 4-year terms, or 4 or 6. And so she said, yeah, whatever they spend to buy the votes, they make back in the first year. And then the next 3 years or 5 years, if it's 4 or 6, it's just profit, icing on the cake. So, but yeah, they have all these projects where they're trying to fix the flooding problems here in Manila and a lot of the northern provinces, and the senators gave the jobs to construction companies that they own, and then they didn't actually build anything. So yeah, and now of course all that's being investigated. So, but yeah, hard to say if anything will actually come out of it. Seems here nobody really gets prosecuted for anything, so. Except for the Americans. As an American, I don't have any legal avenue to stand on, so yeah, I gotta keep your nose clean. Which isn't hard. So yeah. Not planning on being a politician. But yeah, here in my province, I'm in the province of Batangas, which is just south of Manila. It's the province closest to what they call the NCR, the National Capital Region, which is where Manila is. Manila and Makati, which is the business capital of the Philippines. And so, yeah, it's funny because we're still close enough that we still get lumped into a lot of the Manila issues. But yeah, I seem to be the only white guy here in the province. So, as they refer to me as the American. So anytime I have something delivered, I just tell them, yeah, the American. Oh, I know exactly where that is. So yeah. Because I'm the only white guy around. So. Never thought I'd be a celebrity, but it seems I'm a celebrity. Seems I'm a celebrity. Probably not for anything I did, but definitely not for anything I did, so yeah. But yeah, most of the foreigners stay in Manila or Makati, or there's another one called BGC, which is right near Makati. And honestly, the prices there are almost as bad as America. So, not sure why you would come here and stay there, because the prices are about the same. But, or there's another place called Dumaguete, which is in the north, where there's a ton of foreigners. And so, but yeah, I'm here in Batangas, so very happy with it. Batangas is a beautiful province, a lot of jungle. And as I mentioned earlier, the wife and I are building a house here, so we own land. We actually own 2 properties. We're selling one, building on the other. And yeah, it's going to be a nice place once it gets done. So a lot of red tape here. A lot of red tape. So yeah, that's one of the negatives. A lot of red tape. But it's worth it. Like I said, I'm very pleased. Very pleased with my retirement. Very pleased with the Philippines. It's a very relaxing place. Eating fresh food every day, fresh vegetables. I have never felt better. Oh. And like I said, I'm only 57, so I'm young enough to still be able to enjoy most of it. So yeah, I wish I'd have retired about 5 years earlier, but financially, I don't know that I could have swung it, or it would have been closer. Pretty sure I got enough in my 401k to pay for the house and cover 10 years here, which would have got me to Social Security, but that would have been cutting it kind of close. So, as it is, I got a pretty huge buffer. So, but yeah, we're living here actually less than we had estimated. So yeah, we're doing really well. And the wife is happy to be back with her family. She was in the Philippines. She was in America for 18 years. So I brought her to America as a fiance. And she was there 18 years before we moved back. So me too. There you go. Way to go, Scimitar. Yeah, I definitely recommend retirement. Definitely. If you can pull it off. Not everybody can, but definitely. A lot of the people that I worked with did not retire until their 70s because of medical. They needed the medical benefits. And then they literally died within 6 or 8 months of retiring. So I swore that was not going to be me. I wanted to at least enjoy some of my years. So I need a module that compresses automatically. There you go. Yeah. You could probably set up
The asteroid is depleted.
A macro.
The asteroid
You'd
is
probably
depleted.
you need a third party one that you had out there, but you could probably set up a macro and do it. We are killing this belt too. But yeah. But yeah, we're real happy here. Real happy. My wife asks me almost every day, "Are you sure you like it here?" I'm living the dream. A little hotter than I like. I'm a winter guy. I do like the snow. I grew up in Pennsylvania, and then probably the last 30 years of my American life, I was in Kansas City. So we didn't get a huge amount of snow in Kansas City, but we got probably above average.
The asteroid is depleted.
But yeah, it was cold there. I always said I was surprised that they called Chicago the Windy City, because Kansas City had some fierce wind, being right there in the tornado belt. But yeah, I was there 30 years, and I think there was only 2 tornadoes. I saw one that I was actually close enough to see physically with my eyes. And there might have been 2 others that went through in the 30 years. So they had a couple things they called microburst a couple times, which I think was just them making up something to explain why some houses got destroyed and others didn't. But yeah. So yeah, even though we were in Tornado Alley, it wasn't really what I would call Tornado Central. I had a buddy that lived in Oklahoma, and he got it a lot worse.
Is depleted.
as it loads into my hold. There you go. Yeah, like I said, you might be able to do a third-party screen scraper one that would use a macro to do it. I've heard of people doing that. I don't know how well it works, but there was an old one way back called Stealth Miner, which was one that you could set up and would screen scrape your Eve screen, and it would take you out mining, so you could do mining while you're at work. But half the time it screwed up and got you killed by rats. But yeah, it would screen scrape, and it would turn on your miners when and handle the asteroids disappearing, and it would handle rats showing up. It was pretty good, but it was also considered against the SLA of EVE Online. A lot of people got banned for using it, but mostly because they used it 24 hours, 365. But yeah, that was about the only way they could prove that you were using it. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they did. Honestly, the code that does these so one of the belts we went to tonight had some NPCs in it. And those NPC miners that they have now are all based on that stealth miner code. So yeah. Life is a highway. Life is a highway. But yeah, what else? So yeah, weather here's a little different. Food's a little different. We were talking about that earlier. We talk about food too much on this channel, so because I'm a fat guy, so which is funny because I can't cook worth a damn. But luckily, my wife is an excellent cook, so. But yeah, fresh food. A lot to be said for fresh food, and no preservatives, no added chemicals or red dye number 5 or whichever one it is. Yeah, a lot to be said for that. We literally had one of their version of a cow. They call it a carabao. But we had it. It was actually killed and butchered in the morning. We had it served on our dinner table that night. So yeah, can't beat that. Never had that even in Kansas City, the beef capital of the world, or of America. Never had that even there. So yeah. So yeah, a lot to be said for that. But yeah, a lot of stuff in the food. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. In a lot of places, a lot of the other countries do not allow half the things that we allow, which is just ridiculous. Because if it's not allowed in the rest of the world, then why is America allowing it? But yeah, it's brought a lot of light to that for me. Because like I said, I have never felt better. I feel like I am in the best health I have ever been. So mentally, physically, and emotionally. So and I barely exercise. Barely. We walk a lot, but yeah. I mean, just a lot to be said for good food, no preservatives, no medicine. I don't take any medications. I've been very blessed that way. So yeah, for UK and US version, yeah, I think the best example is list of ingredients for fries and McDonald's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We were talking about that earlier. The fries here don't taste the same, but I'm sure it's because of some of those chemicals that aren't any good for you. And in America, there's a huge problem now with Alzheimer's, with cancer. I mean, and they wonder why, and I guarantee it's because of these things they're putting into food. It's got to be. And you know, the drug companies and the food companies, they don't care. They're making money. They don't give a damn. Car wash. Another classic. It's profitable for Americans to be sick. That too. Yep. Franchise have more toxins than cigarettes. Yep. That ought to be potatoes and salt. Exactly. Yep. Ought to be. But we got to put all kinds of stuff in there to make them taste good and make them addicting. So, yeah, make them addicting. That's the key. Got to get them addicted to it. Like you said, French fries and cigarettes, it's actually a very good comparison because cigarettes are the same way. How can we put something in here so that when people start smoking, they don't stop? Yep, make them really yellow. Yep. Yeah. Mayonnaise. But yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing what they get away with. And it's just it's sick. Because it shouldn't be like that. Better than digging a ditch. A movie star or even a video queen. It's a car wife. Indian chief, sorry. Car washer. Car wash. I remember when Florida was as a teen, I remember tasting lots of food and thinking it tasted weird. Yeah. That's the way it was here. When I first got here, everything tasted different. And I was like, well, it just doesn't taste right. And then it dawned on me, well, the reason it doesn't taste right is because they're not allowed to put the crap in it that America puts in it. This is what it's supposed to taste like. Yeah. Yeah. Like you said, it's profitable for Americans to be sick. And it's also profitable to not cure anything. We don't want to cure it. It's much more profitable to treat it. People only pay for a cure once. But they'll pay for the medication to treat it forever. Which is just a sad state of affairs. And it's really come down to profit over human life. So, yeah, it was the opposite. You were tasting without the crap. Yeah, you were tasting the crap. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I grew up with the crap, so yeah, I'm probably already ruined, but that's the other thing. They say if you quit smoking, even if you smoked for 20 years, if you quit smoking within the first 6 months, it like, you know, recovers like 50 to 60% of your lung capacity within the first 6 months. So it's like kind of a no-brainer. And I think the same thing with the foods is hopefully, I'm hoping, you know, I've been here, we're about to start our 6th month. And so yeah, so hopefully I'm clearing all that crap out of my system. So, but yeah, my wife asked me, what do you miss? I miss a good hamburger. Can't get a good hamburger here. But like I said, good hamburger is how I remember it tasting in America, which is not necessarily good. Because of the hormones they give the beef and everything else, it's probably not what I want to be having for a hamburger because it's not really good for me. But yeah, it's kind of amazing what we consider good. Oh, man. We're almost done this belt, too. Almost done this belt. We still got an hour to go. Over an hour. We're tearing them up. I think this is number 3. Though I don't know that we can call these full belts. Several of them disappeared pretty damn quick.
The asteroid is depleted.
Get you some of that pink meat from grade school. There you go. Yeah. Americans love that plastic cheese. Yeah, yeah. And honestly, I resemble that remark. Because I have been missing the plastic cheese. I really have. Here what they have is cheese is more of a sauce. It's really not cheese as I know it. But like you said, the cheese that I know is not really cheese. It's all kinds of preservatives, so... But yeah, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting how things work. Bow, bow, wow, wow, bow, bow, bow. All right. I'm going to take care of this last Skordite, and then I'm going to go check out the next belt. Because we're almost done, this one. Yeah. Yeah, the cheese here is like a sauce.
The asteroid is depleted.
My wife's got it a couple times from... they have Subway here. And unfortunately, they never have what I want at the Subway. But they have Subway here. The closest one's 2 hours away. And so, yeah, that's the one thing I can't get is I can't really get cold cuts. Cold cuts are not. You can get them, but I guess they're expensive, and they're not in my, here in the province. And so it's been interesting because when we go to the Subway, all they ever have is ham and cheese, and the cheese, like I said, is a sauce. So by the time my wife gets home, the 2 hours from Lipa, the cheese is dissolved. And I'm like, there's no cheese on this. And she's like, yeah, it's just a sauce. So, yeah, they will respawn, but they respawn small. So, the asteroids are really small, and they disappear really quickly. So what you got to do is you got to give it a couple days so that they build up each night. Each night on downtime, they build up a little more. So, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But I think they can't ship it here because of the preservatives in it. So that's where it kind of gets where, yeah. Because they're not allowed to have those things here. So they have laws against that, which they should. So, yeah. Alright. Let me go fly to the next one. So we're at 7.2. So I'm going to go to 7.3. Alright, 7.3. Oh. Yeah, forgot to compress again. Yeah, so yeah, they do respawn, but they respawn really small. So if you hit them right after they respawn, they'll really be small. They'll disappear like one cycle. And I think that's what happened with a couple of the earlier ones we hit, was some of that stuff was like respawn. This one looks like it's empty. There's some Azure. Massive. No, this one's not too bad.
The asteroid is depleted.
No rats, which is kind of strange. Alright, we're down to one. And then there was one. You want to start shutting down Drachenhort? We'll do another fleet warp. Trying to get Kragan in position. No cheese for the rats. Exactly. Exactly. No cheese for the rats. But once again, it's that age old of, what I think I want, because that's what I grew up with, is not really what I really want because it's no good for me. So yeah, it's kind of funny. There are two of them, and they're on opposite sides of the belt. That's kind of weird. In fact, that's really weird. 1 minute to go. All right. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll warp us over there. Anybody that wants to join Craig can join him now. Or I'll fleet warp us over there here in a little bit. As soon as Drachenhort's ready. So how many accounts you run? So I have 2 accounts. Yeah, that's all I have is 2 accounts. That's all I can afford, to be honest, especially on my retirement budget. In fact, the wife's probably pretty pissed about that already, so. All right. So they all left without us, Drachenhort. That's all right. We're the important ones. They're not getting nothing done till we get there, so. Oh, you left without me too.
FBI, open up!
Anarckos, thanks for the raid, buddy.
Warp drive active.
Appreciate you, Anarckos. If you guys aren't following Anarckos, please give him a call. ANARCKOS. He's a team leader of the mothership team, so which I am a member of. So kill that rock. No, nothing but rock here.
Thank you.
Actually, rock and love songs. We get a little bit of rhythm and blues and some disco. We got a little bit of everything. So iDanisha, thanks for the follow. We got a little bit of everything here. Little bit of everything. Probably even get some jazz in there. I think there's a couple jazz in there. So, welcome, Raiders. You are the leader. You are the leader of the mothership team. Welcome, Raiders. Any friend of Anarckos is a friend of mine. Any friend of Anarckos is a friend of mine. Oof. Beat itch. We appreciate you, buddy.
The asteroid.
It was so good hearing your voice yesterday. So, like I said, I've been missing it. Been having withdrawals. Time for me to fly. Perfect Eve song. Perfect Eve song. Get your tacos yet? I did not. So I got all the ingredients except for the meat. My wife actually ordered some meat. So we have a delivery service here that we found that'll pretty much deliver anything. For $1. $1 delivery charge. Which frankly I don't think covers the guy's gas, to be perfectly honest. But $1. And so she ordered some meat yesterday from the wet market. And she did not order the ground pork as I was hoping. So yeah, so we have not had our tacos yet. So I'm trying to convince her to call the guy back for another $1 and have him deliver some ground pork so we can have tacos. But my wife is one of those where she's got to come to the idea herself or it's not a good idea. So I don't know if some of you also have wives like that. So Anarckos introduced me to the mothership and he gives good trombone. Yeah, he gives good trombone. And good sax. So yeah. I think she's trolling you. Yeah, that too. That too. But yeah. But yeah, that's normally what happens too. We'll order from the grocery store, and right after they arrive, we'll remember 3 things that we wanted that we didn't order. So, which happened in America too. We never ordered. I always went to the store in America because it wasn't $1 to have it delivered in America. Like I said, I don't know if that even covers the guy's gas. We give a good tip. Yeah. Because it's really saving us a bunch. So. But yeah, it's amazing here. Like I said, I'm loving it. But yeah, haven't got a good taco. Haven't got a good taco. But yeah, Night Shadow, thanks for being here. Thanks for asking. Because yeah, I am craving some tacos. To set myself free. And sorry about the singing. You guys get the singing for free. Anytime there's music playing in the background, I gotta be singing along. Luckily, when I'm watching Anarckos or someone else, you guys don't hear it. So, but here you get to hear it. It's time for me to fly. Getting towards the end of the night, so my Hulk is filling up. Hulka burning love. Actually, I can do this and let Kragan pick it all up. Bingo. Now I'm back to normal. My ears aren't bleeding yet. Ads are getting ready to start. Sorry about that. Yeah, they might. Bum, bum, bum. You're rippling my inner fantasy. So, Anarckos, how was your stream? Are you still around? He might have taken off. Anarckos is from the lovely rainforest of Brazil. So, nothing but international here. Nothing but international. Philippines and Brazil. I think Autonomous. Autonomous is in Australia, I think. Maybe New Zealand. Serpent Power is also a foreigner. I'm trying to think of where he's from. He's told me a couple times, but for the life of me, I can't remember. But yeah. Team Mothership is international. I think we got Caldari Prime Pony. I think he's an American. Of course, I'm an American. My nationality is still American, so ads are on. Bum, 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 bum. The right kind of sinner to release my inner fantasy. Know that you were born to be heartbreaker, dream maker. I think is he Australian? Okay. I didn't think about that, but you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. American. Nah, I was thinking British. Okay. Skarjinx, good to see ya. Yeah, it could be. It could be. If you've never watched Caldari Prime, I usually watch him late at night when I'm doing other things. And man, he doesn't count himself an artist, but God, what an artist. What an artist. He says it's just Paint Shop Pro or something. Not Paint Shop Pro. What's he call it? Yeah, I can't remember what he called it. But he said, yeah, it's not really art. But yeah, it's amazing the way he accomplishes things with his drawings. So definitely worth watching. I always enjoy watching him. And he makes a heck of a skin. So, in which he donates a lot of skins. In fact, speaking of that, I got some skins of his to give away. Yeah, we're about done today. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I do have some skins of his to give away. Yep. Bum, 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 bum. Eddie Murphy. Beverly Hills Cop. The heat is on the street.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
Wow. Killed both of those in the same cycle. And the heat is on. Oh, oh, oh. Caldari Prime is New Zealand. All right. I thought it was AU or New Zealand by birth. Okay. Thanks, Booga. Booga, where are you from? AU. There you go. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I'm still American by nationality, but living in the Philippines. So I count myself as Filipino. The AU. There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Should have. Duh. I never claimed to be smart. Never claimed to be smart. Not once. Will not hear that claim here. But you're right. That should have definitely given it away. Should have definitely given it away. Should have definitely given it away. Though some have thought it was for gold too. Never thought about it. There you go. Yeah, that could be. I didn't think about that, but that's a good point. Yep, that is the atomic symbol of gold. Yeah, that's a good one. And you are golden. So, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to count it from now on. Because you're always going to be golden to me. So. But yeah, I think anarckos took off on us. So. He's probably tired. Probably had to get some. Let's see. I think it's probably dinner time where he's at. I don't know. He might be close to me. He's right around the equator too, being in Brazil. But he's on the other side, so I'm not sure. So yeah. But yeah, a lot of international streamers, which is pretty cool. So 1 to 2 a.m. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right now it's great. Philippine time here is exactly 12 hours. We're 12 hours ahead of the East Coast, so. But yeah, Rio is at 1 to 2. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking it'd have to be close to America because the time zones go up and down. So, and it's South of America, so South America, duh. So yeah, 5:40 a.m. for me. There you go. Yeah, it's 12:38 here, p.m. So just after lunchtime here in the Philippines. But that makes it 12:30, actually 12:39, just changed. 12:39 a.m. on the East Coast of America. So Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Florida. So, and all the other states in between. But yeah, here at Halloween, it'll actually change because of the daylight savings time. So, yep. Texas as well. Yep. Yeah, parts of Texas, I think, are central, aren't they? I can never remember. So Kansas City was central. So. Yeah, that's what I thought. All of Texas I thought was central. Okay, yeah, that's what I couldn't. I thought maybe part of it was Eastern. Yeah, I've been there several times, but couldn't honestly remember. Only plays the mama. Listen to the radio. All of Texas is central. I know I live there. All right, cool. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I've been there. We actually, when we flew here, our one-way trip, we flew out of Fort Worth because it had a direct flight from Fort Worth to Korea and then Korea to Manila. We had our dog with us, so that was why we go. Mining is going good, deathclown. Thanks for being here. We got a little less than an hour left if anybody wants to join us. This is a mining event we do every Monday night. American time, Tuesday morning, Philippine time, which is where I'm at. And it's become pretty popular, which is great. We got about 9 people in the fleet now. We've had upwards of 20 at one point. Not tonight, but other nights. So yeah. And then every once in a while we get some PvPers that come and do security for us, things of that nice. So yeah, your boss should understand. Yeah, no worries, deathclown. You're always welcome. Your boss should understand. Yeah, I've never had an understanding boss ever.
The asteroid is
Especially when it came to my gaming time. It's just not. I think that the term boss and understanding, that's kind of what they call that, an oxymoron, like military intelligence. Understanding boss, that would be an oxymoron. Right. Bump. Oh. Oh. Stop that yawning. The night I joined, there was just over 20 in the fleet. There you go. There you go. Yep. Yeah, you guys are always welcome. Always welcome. Like I said, we do this just out of the kindness of our heart. Besides, I could be at home playing Eve or at work making $40 an hour. There you go. That's a good one. Probably a good choice. You got to make at least enough money to cover your Eve addiction. Got to cover it. Make at least enough money to cover the Eve addiction. Though I strongly suggest the rest of you do like I did. Special thanks to Jackson Sinclair, one of my normal viewers. He's not here today, but... So what I do is I wait for the Plex to go on sale on Marquee Dragon. And the same sale on EVE Online in the NES store for the Omega with Plex. So I buy the Plex on sale for Marquee Dragon and then use the sale Plex to buy the Omega on sale. And I buy mine a year at a time. So yeah. Yeah, holiday pay. Yeah. Holiday Labor Day for you guys. So yep. Eve addiction comes second to family needs. I hear you. I hear you. That's good thought. Unfortunately, not everybody thinks that well, but I'm glad you are. But yeah, you can definitely get it a lot cheaper. So yeah, I ended up paying for both of my accounts. I have 2 accounts. I ended up paying for both of my accounts. Classic. Forgot the stream running and recording you. There you go. There you go. But yeah, the welcome back, anarckos. But yeah, I paid for both of my accounts and less than I would have paid normally for 8 months. So pretty good deal. And that was for a year. Yeah. So I got a whole year for the cost of what it would for 2 accounts for the same as it would have cost me regularly for 8 months. So wife, make sure I don't forget. There you go. I need the Dragon website. There you go. Yeah, Marquee Dragon. Let me put it up there for you. Let me find it. Somebody's probably got it. Come on. Come on. I don't know why it's not going to the EVE Online pages. Wow. It is not going to the EVE Online pages. Well, that's weird. It's not going to any of the pages. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but here. Oh, somebody got it. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I went to actually the Marquee Dragon site and then tried to click on the EVE Online and it would not go to EVE Online for some reason. It was really weird. But I hope you don't mind. No, you're good, Night Shadow. You're good. I made you, only VIPs can drop links. So that means I made you a VIP, so I trust you. So you're good. And plus, it was taking me forever to find it. So, I do not have a code, but I'm sure Anarckos has one. So, Anarckos, why don't you throw your code up there? There are so many others that have a code. I have not requested one. I just use everybody else's. I know Caldari has one. Is it Mothership? Yeah. It probably is mothership now that I think about it. Yeah. There's so many that have codes. I don't want to. I do the streaming because I enjoy it, not because it makes me any money. So I think it covers my internet, and that's good enough. Which, ironically, is pretty expensive here. Probably one of my largest expenses here in the Philippines is my internet, which is pretty crappy. Islands in the stream. Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers. See, we got everything here in Narcos, not just rock. Marquee is super easy, and to be honest, better. Yeah. I want some roasters. Yeah. Kenny Rogers roasters. They do have those here in the Philippines. I haven't tried them here. But yes, they do have Kenny Rogers roasters here in the Philippines, which is pretty awesome. Not all of the franchises from America have made it to the Philippines, but Kenny Rogers Roasters has. Which is pretty, I think that's pretty awesome. I think it's pretty awesome that a singer has his own chicken place. Of course, chicken here is one of the biggest ones. So yeah, the fact that it's chicken means that it probably would have made it here. But yeah, Narcos, thanks for that. Mothership is the code. So yeah, I'll definitely give that one out. Yeah, Marquee is super easy. Doesn't get much easier than that. And like I said, I got a whole year worth of Eve subscription, Omega subscription, for the normal cost that I would have paid for my 2 accounts. I got 2 years, a year for each of mine. Or what it would have cost me for 8 months. For one. So yeah, huge. Now, like I said, I timed it perfect. Because I don't always have the double dipping. Around Christmas, I think they said is probably when the next one will be. But yeah. You got to buy the Plex on sale from Marquee. And then get the Omega on sale from NES with the Plex that you already bought on sale. So yeah, kind of double dips it. But yeah, it's like I said, huge savings for me, especially since I'm retired now. Always looking for a way to save. So clouds are getting dark out there. I think we're going to have some rain, which we've had rain every other day, so makes sense. So in Narcos, we were talking earlier, what's the weather where you're at? You're in the rainforest. He's got a treehouse in the rainforest. We were also wondering if mothership 21 Celsius. There you go. I don't know what Chuva and humidate is, but humidate is probably, I would think of humidity, right? And vento is probably wind speed, 13 kilometers. Chuva would be temperature, right? Super chill, super chill. That's pretty good for South America. Pretty good for South America. My goodness gracious, this one's almost gone too. Chuva's rain, okay. So 0% rain, got it. Yeah, here we got it all. You got all, you almost got it all, yeah. Humidity, vento, yep. Yeah, I studied Spanish in high school, but you don't use it, you lose it. So but it was pretty easy to tell by the measurements. So centigrade is going to be the temperature, and 57% is usually how we measure humidity, which is about what we have here. We could run in the 60s, low 60s. If I speak Spanish, you are speaking British. So is yours Portuguese? Maybe that's what it is. That's why I didn't recognize it. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Portuguese there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I knew some of South America was Portuguese. That's cool. That's cool. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to belittle your country. Drunk Spanish. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, we were wondering, is Team Mothership, is it all international? All Latin languages. There you go. Yep. Because we were curious, since I'm in the Philippines now, and you're in Brazil, and I know Serpent Power, he's like in Serbia or something, and Autonomous is in New Zealand, I think. German, Indonesia, Philippines, Brazil, Lebanon. Lebanon, that's where Serpent Power is. Lebanon, yep. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. I like it. I like it. Team International. Team International. Can't beat that. Can't beat that. No, Donk is AU. Okay. Britain. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't remember if he was New Zealand or Australia. The accent is similar. But yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Team International. I like it. I have to let my wife know that one. Holy mackerel. You guys are killing this Veldspar. Alright, well, we're going to have to work on some of this plague. Oh, come sail away. Sticks. Back to rock. So much to do and procrastinate. Yeah, I kind of want to invite more people like Booga Biggles, but we study how the team is going to work if it gets too big. Yeah. He would have something to say if he heard that. Yeah, I know. When it comes to Australia and New Zealand, they are not necessarily friends. And so they sound similar, but yeah, they are not necessarily friends. So yeah, so it didn't mean to offend anyone. That is definitely not my intention. From my American ear, they all sound the same, right? Shitty Americans. Yeah, I think the more the merrier. But yeah, you're the leader, so whatever you decide, we're behind you 1,000%. Carry on.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright, we've almost finished this belt. Let's get one more in. See what we can do. Happy, some sad. Hey, I resemble that statement. There you go, almonxy. Yeah, I mean, you and me both. We don't need to be all BFFs. People will have their faves and all, as long as we can respect each other. Yep, that's it. I agree. Leader sounds strange to me because of anarchism. I am the pilot. We're all in the same boat, horizontal, same level. Oh, we appreciate that. But yeah, you're the one who set it all up, so, and we appreciate that. Holy mackerel. All right, let me jump Craig and check out the next belt. We're in 3. 7-4. 7-4 we usually mine because for 4th of July. We're going to do one more. Yeah, let's do one more. Let's do one more. We're flying through them. Posting on Mothership debate about using the OVA channel. There you go. I need to unload. All right, Scimitar. We got some rats in 7-4, but I'll have them dealt with here in a second. All right, let's see what we got. All right, we don't have any massive Scordite, but that's okay. But it's all good. It's all good. No problem, Scimitar. Sorry about that. I had already unloaded to Kragan once, so I didn't think about it, but it makes sense. Anybody flying a Hulk's gonna be running, since we've been pushing these belts, they're gonna be running a little low. Drachenhort, let me know when you're ready. Oh, you're already gone. Cool.
Warp drive active.
Always want to cover your back. I climbed aboard the starship and headed for the sky. Man, somebody's tearing up the Scordite in these belts, but they're leaving the plague, which is fine by me. I am more than happy with that one. Yeah, you're all good, Drachenhort. I get too busy talking. It's always better to go anyway. You wait on me, you might be there all day. Oh, somebody got it. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. We need to get a little closer to this one. 32, 34. Search your eye. Search. Yeah, sounds a plan, anarckos, for using the OVA channel. Yep, not a worries. I'll advertise them both. I'll add another command. I'm planning on switching my commands over, I think, to mark it up so that I can do the automatic shoutouts. Unfortunately, the stream elements I'm using now doesn't allow the slash commands, and it doesn't allow any automatic stuff. So I need to switch over to something else. And I think I'm going to consolidate a lot of stuff. So I've got one panel for every game, which is not very efficient. Where most of them all use the same panel. Only thing that moves is the webcam. So yeah, so I'm gonna try and rework them all. Unfortunately, that's one of those weekend projects, and the wife is always demanding that I spend all my time on the weekend with her. So, which I guess I should be thankful for, because she actually wants me to spend time with her. But part of me is not quite that enthused by it. Because I've always got stuff to get done. Always got stuff to get done. Always want to try and improve the stream. Did finally get the music on there. So, unfortunately, these guys are stuck with my playlist. So I need to get it so they can actually request. Start with an empty playlist and have them put in request. But yeah, that's another future consideration. And then I want to add some more redeems. Now that I've got the music on a separate track, I can set up some copyrighted movie clips and stuff and put those on that same track so that it doesn't go in the video on demand. Keep them out of there. Speaking of that, Anarckos and Boogie's still here. Have you guys thought any about Kick? I've heard a lot of people saying that Kick is a better platform for the streamers, and wasn't sure if you guys had considered it. I honestly haven't checked into it myself. There was one streamer I watched this weekend, or I was supposed to watch this weekend. I didn't get a chance to watch, but he's on Kick. I'd lie for you, walk the wire for you, yeah, I'd die for you. I need to check out Kick, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that it's a little thing. I watched some over there, kind of thought it looked into it, not sure about moving right now. My stats would suffer for the Eve partnership application. Yeah, and you don't want that. Yeah, I knew I was never going to make Eve partnership. I just don't get the viewership for that. And then I've been an affiliate on Twitch now forever, so I don't think I'll ever make partner on Twitch. So, which I don't really think it makes a whole lot of difference, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, they say Twitch always claims they're not making any money, and so I'm always afraid they're going to end up shutting down. Where Kick seems like they're doing a better job of it. So maybe some rookies that need some help. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm not really sure how it works, and how, according to Twitch, they're not making any money because of how much they're paying out, and Kick is paying out double what Twitch is paying out. So there's no ads on Kick, and they're paying out double what Twitch is paying out. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know how Kick is making money if Twitch couldn't make money. But then again, I don't know why Twitch isn't making money. Given how many streamers are on Twitch, I find it hard to believe they're not making money. So, but that's what they always claim. But then again, I've got a different opinion on a lot of that stuff since I moved to the Philippines, because corruption here takes a whole different level than it did in America. They do things here that I would not even think of. And so I'm wondering if that's what's happening with Twitch. If the CEO got a raise, they're making money. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, maybe somebody's embezzling and that's why they're not making any money. So, yeah. A little harder to get away with in America, but yeah, here. We were talking about that earlier. They've had a bunch of flood control projects, a lot of flooding in the Philippines, especially during the rainy season. And so the senators passed some laws in order to get some more projects in order to take care of the flooding issues. And of course, they gave the contracts to their own construction companies, who then supposedly built the flooding control items. But ironically, this year, they had more flooding than they've ever had. And then we haven't really even got into the heavy rainy season yet. And so it's caused a big controversy and a lot of investigations. And they're finding out that, yeah, they pretty much took the money and didn't actually do the projects and just pocketed the money. And so yeah, it's made me look at things in a different light. Because maybe that's why Twitch doesn't make any money, is because somebody's just pocketing it. It's not uncommon in America to show you make a lot less so you don't have to pay taxes on it. So maybe that's all part of their rhetoric in order to keep from paying taxes. But yeah, figuring the number of streamers that's on Twitch at any given moment, I can't imagine they're not making money. Especially since they're giving us pennies on the dollar. But yeah, like I said earlier, I don't do it for the money. I do it because I enjoy it. And it's actually helped me a lot. I think I want to thank you guys again. Because here in the Philippines, I do not get my necessary the level of communication that I really require. And that would have probably been a problem for me if it wasn't for my streaming, because I get to communicate with you guys. So it's really working out. Really working out. It's actually been a huge mental help. Yeah, we're pretty great. You guys are pretty great, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I hear 9 out of 10 conversations are in the local dialect, Tagalog, and I'm working on it, but I still got a long way to go, and so I don't really get included. And if it wasn't for the streaming, I think that would be a problem, but because of the streaming, it hasn't been a problem. I don't have any problem with it. It's like my wife's handling it. About time she handled something. I handled everything in America. Now she's handling everything here in the Philippines. So, in fact, rumor has it she was going to go and try and find us a lawyer today. So we'll see when I go down for lunch if she actually did that. Which ironically is a little easier, because once they see me and they see the color of my skin, the price for everything goes up. So yeah, so it's kind of weird that works out better when she does it herself. Even though it's pretty obvious she's not a normal Filipina. She's changed. Some of the shop owners can tell. And so when she tries to get the Filipina discount, she doesn't get it anymore. But yeah, it's funny because it still works out better when it comes to a lot of things. I've heard from a lot of foreigners here that they've gotten robbed by their lawyer. And so yeah, that's the last thing I want to have to deal with. Unfortunately, that's one big issue here. So foreigners really have no legal ramifications here for anything. So something to be said for that. But it's still worth it. Still worth it. Most relaxing place I have ever been in my entire life. Hands down. Hands down. Like I said, I'm better physically, mentally, emotionally here. And so it's been huge. Been huge. Best move I ever made. Second best move I ever made. Marrying my wife was the best move I ever made. Retiring to the Philippines was second best. So you need to start drinking pina coladas on stream. Yeah. Yeah. It's usually morning when I'm streaming here. So I don't want to get the alcoholic tag, you know. Plus I gave up drinking years ago. But one of the things I did for the wife. So. But it's funny. I actually brought a whole bunch here. Let me grab it. I brought a whole bunch. I brought a whole bunch of Fireball from America, the little ones. And so this was my thing. So yeah, it's evening somewhere. Right, it's evening somewhere. Yeah. I've been kind of anxious to give those a try. Well, 7-Up here, I usually do Fireball and 7-Up. 7-Up here is not that easy to come by. So you can get Coke anywhere, but you can't get 7-Up. Little things. I actually like Fireball when I'm in the mood for. Yep, I love cinnamon. Cinnamon is like my go-to. So, but yeah, just on ice. There you go. There you go. Yeah, cinnamon is my go-to. But yeah, I mix it with 7-Up. That way I don't get drunk too fast. Because I love the taste of it. So I drink a lot of it. And then the next thing I know, I'm slurring my words. And especially since I haven't drank in a while. So. And I sound like anarckos. See if he's still around. He's gone, I'm sure. Yeah, that would make a fun stream. At least until I got off and the wife saw it. And she'd be like, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You think I'm talkative now. Woo, man. You get me drunk? Oh, God. You can't get me to shut up. Can't get me to shut up. Hungry like the silver wolf. Actually, we need to figure out who we're going to raid here. So, do you sing more? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know that I could sing much more. You know, I already sing pretty much nonstop, so. But I'm probably way more off key. So, probably way more off key. Breaking little hearts like the one in me. Pat Benatar. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to finish this one. There's a lot of asteroids in this one. We'll mine for a bit. But yeah, I probably do sing more. Ooh, the falsetto, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably be way off. Way off. Way off. Yeah, it's getting dark out there. I just noticed one of my neighbors has a solar panel on their roof. I don't remember when they put that up. That wasn't there before. Solar's definitely the way to go here in the Philippines. Got like 11 hours of sun, I think is what they say, since we're so close to the equator. So yeah. So yeah. Our house that we're building is going to be all solar. So. Oh. Oh, the falsetto. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Oh. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. don't know why it's saying there's something in my hold that I haven't seen. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, what else? How is it? Oh yeah, let's start checking out, see who we're gonna raid. We're gonna have another another ad break here in about 13 minutes. 13 minutes, yep. Ooh, old time rock and roll. Just take those old records off the shelf. Sit and listen to them by myself. Got the same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. Let's see, Nth Dimensional's out there. Madman Larry. Probably go with Nth Dimensional. I really like, he's a teacher, so he kind of teaches people the Eve stuff, so that's always a good one. I'm heading to bed, then Bob starts singing. Exactly. Changes everything. Changes everything. Can't go wrong with Bob. American is apple pie. I remember Tom Cruise playing in this movie. When he was young. I got him. I got him. I got him. I didn't notice him right away, but I caught him pretty early. Days of old, with that old time of rock and roll. There's a saxophone. Can't go wrong with a saxophone. Reminisce about the days of old. Oh. Just soothes the soul. Bum, 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 bum. Music just soothes the soul. Oh. Yeah, Tom Cruise was really young when he played in that movie. Risky Business. Risky Business. See, I do remember some movies without checking the internet. So, thank God for the internet. Hot-blooded. It was his underwear. Yeah, there you go. No, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I never quite figured out why he was so successful, because he looks like just a normal, normal guy. But he's had some pretty good wives. Then again, I think money helps with a lot of that. Money helps with a lot of that. You got money, I think that upgrades you to a whole different class. What you doing after the show? To you. Rendezvous. Yeah. Yeah. He was a youngin' back then. There was another one about a vampire. I remember Kevin Bacon was in one. He was in that dance one. What was the hell name? Crap. But yeah, and he was really young in that one. Interview? No, not the Interview with the Vampire. There was one where the young boy actor, who's now still an actor but much older, and he was with some. It was a vampire one. I can't remember what it is. All right. Ludo is singing. Yeah, there you go. Have a good one, Night Shadow. Sleep well. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back with Eve tomorrow. Crap. Let me see if I can figure it out. This is what the internet's for, right? Female. Vampire. Young boys. Let Me In. No, that says 2010 movie. Was in the 80s. Yeah, it says Let Me In. That's not it. 1980s. Maybe Let Me In's a remake. Lost Boys. No, that's not it. No, not Lost Boys. That didn't have a female lead. Lady Vampire and Teenage Virgin Boy. That's it. There it is. One Spittin'. One Spittin'. Interview had Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt as vampires. Yeah, that was it. Yep. Yeah, it's called One Spittin'. One Spittin'. Yeah, it said One Spittin'. That was it. Yeah, she was a older female and was preying on teen virgins. One Spittin'. Yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, Jim Carrey. That was Jim Carrey. Scimitar, good job. Was Jim Carrey. Wow, I haven't heard that movie yet. Yeah. That was the one I was saying. But yeah, Jim Carrey was really young. Really young. Really young. Even younger than Cruise was in Risky Business. So yeah. But yeah. Making love out of nothing at all. This is one of my theme songs for my wife. Anyway, so yeah, so we're gonna raid Nth Dimension. We'll raid them after the ads are over. Just trying to find the answers, and I know just how to lock air supply. And I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth, and I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you, and I know just what you pull. Yeah, I didn't realize the Interview had Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt as vampires. I have to check that one out. I knew it had a lot of big names. No, I read the book. So I don't know that I ever saw the full movie, to be honest.
The asteroid is
Because I've noticed with any of the ones where I've read the book, when I watched the movie, I was always disappointed. Don't know how to leave you, and I'll never let you fall. And I don't know how you do it, making love Yeah, Jim Carrey. Young Jim Carrey. I would have never thought he would have ended up where he did from that movie. He was it was a pretty serious part. And he hasn't done serious parts in years. Actually, I think he did that one, the Truman Show, which was a pretty serious one. He did a really good job with it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Commander Alphanine. Appreciate it. Like a spotlight. Then in my heart is a drum, and it's lost, and it's looking for a rhythm like you. And turn it to a endless surprise. I gotta follow it. He did the movie 23 after Truman Show, which was pretty dark and serious. See, I've never even heard of that one. I'll have to check that one out. I love Jim Carrey. My wife cannot stand him. She says he's just too silly. I'm like, silly's good. That's what, when I watch a movie, I want to be entertained, and silly is entertainment. If you can check the Mothership channel again. Yeah, if you can check the Mothership channel again. I don't see anything in there. The last post was what I put in there. Oh, you mean on Discord? All right, I'll check it out. He ain't silly in 23. Yeah, Cable Guy is pretty dark too. Yeah, Cable Guy was pretty dark. All right, will do. Will do. I'll check it out. Thanks. Yeah, you're talking about Discord. Yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks, Anarckos. I probably wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything. I gotta figure out how to turn the notifications back on for that channel. Gotta figure out how to turn the notifications back on for that channel. Bum 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 bum. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. Oh yeah. Out of nothing at all. And I'm sure if Me and Irene was a comedy either. Yeah. It's listed as a comedy, but you're right. Yeah, he's done. I mean, he's all over the place. And so, it wasn't until he got into the Ace Ventura ones that he really got super silly and the Dumb and Dumber, you know. But yeah. And those were kind of niches. And he played those really well. And the Ace Ventura ones, he was really good. And then Mask. Mask was a good one. Liar, Liar is one of my favorites. So, Mental Health was a lot funnier back in the day. Now it's more, yep. Mask was a good one, yep. Mask was a good one. And Liar, Liar. I really enjoyed Liar, Liar. But yeah, you're right. Mental Health, it was a big joke back in the day. And now, which honestly, that was kind of wrong back in the day. I think if we had taken it more serious back in the day, we might still have some of the really good ones with us. You know, Robin Williams, some of the classics. Because, yeah, nobody had any idea what he was dealing with. And that's a shame. Because, I mean, he spent all his time making people laugh. You think of Matthew Perry is another one that dealt with a lot of that stuff. You know, all the funny guys. Really, they spent time making people laugh, but really were having trouble themselves. So, yep. Yeah, they really shouldn't have made fun of it back in the day, because I think that caused it to not be taken as serious as early as it should have been. Widowed bride, and something touched me deep inside the day the music died. I miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys will drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. And do you believe in rock and roll? Think music save your false soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? And I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym.
The asteroid
And
is
take off
depleted.
your shoes. Dig those rhythm and blues. Oh, he was a lonely teenage drunken buck with a king carnation and a pickup truck. And all I knew, I was out of luck the day the music died. Singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. 10 years we've been on our own, and rock foes fight on a rolling stone. America's Got Talent presents. Not likely. Not likely. I get gonged. You might remember the Gong Show. I think you're probably too a little young for the Gong Show. Yeah, the Gong Show. I see America's Got Talent as like the Gong Show. I saw you dancing into chin. Mike Myers, there you go. Yeah. My favorite Canadian. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm wearing the Canada shirt today for Jerry Can. So, my favorite Canadian. So yeah. He's been my viewer since the beginning. So did you know the host is Mike Myers in a fat suit? I did not. That kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. In a somersault through the Fallout show. It's another one of his characters. There you go. Second City Television. There you go. The Gong Show. Yeah, the Gong Show. They probably gonged me before I even got the first note out. But yeah, I see America's Got Talent as kind of the remake of the Gong Show. Remake of the Gong Show. But that's cool. I didn't realize that. The marching band refused to yield. Do you recall what was the deal the day the music died? Good song. Good song. I bought Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day that I die. I watched the Gong Show on a streaming service. Yeah, you would have to nowadays. They got those like TV Land, and you can see all those old shows. Sanford and Son, and the Brady Bunch, and the Gong Show. Hollywood Squares. Yeah. All those classics. Uh-oh, we lost Newen. Looks like Drachenhort fell asleep on us. Well, he's back on. He's back on. Let me get him a quick invite. He didn't even get to warp away. Could break that Satan spell. He's back. I was going to say, I guess that's it. Lost connection. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. Then laughing with delight the day the music died. Alright. Ads are over, so let's get this going. I'm going to go ahead and raid out. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. We will be back tomorrow. Thanks for fleeting. Thanks to Drachenhort for the boost and the compression. Appreciate you, buddy. Let me know if you need any fuel. I got fuel in the corp hangar. And I get some for you. Lost connections, a story of our lives. Exactly. Exactly. Days of our lives. Days of our lives. That's another one you can catch on TV Land. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow using the ones you gave me last time. Perfect. Perfect. So we'll be back tomorrow about 20 hours from now. So we'll see what kind of trouble we can get into tomorrow. So appreciate you guys. I'm going to check and make sure Nth Dimension is still streaming. Nobody else popped in there. Make sure Bigglesworth's not in there. Bigglesworth, you planning on streaming? Alright, so let's do Nth Dimension if Bigglesworth's not on. Booga, you're not planning on streaming anytime soon, are you? Alright, you guys. Appreciate you guys. Oh, I like that one, Drachenhort. I like that one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that one. Soon. Will be 2 hours from now. Okay. I don't want to stay on that long. I'll definitely get back in the doghouse with the wife if I stay on that long. But yeah, appreciate you guys. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see you then. And we'll see what trouble we can get into tomorrow. So thanks again, Drachenhort. Appreciate you.
The asteroid is depleted.
Thanks, Booga, almonxy, Jerry Can. I know you're out there somewhere. You probably fell asleep. Bigglesworth, thanks again. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Bring the love. Bring the love.